Well, good evening, everybody. Can you all hear me? Susan, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, good, good. We've got some new equipment.
Laura, can you shut off the TV while you're down there?
I can't. Sorry.
All right, Lydia.
All right, it is 6:15 and I would like to call the meeting to order. I'm trying to find our agendas. Give me a second. Okay, Dr. Weeks, can you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I would be happy to.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And can we please have roll call?
Yes, do I have Susan Benjamin? Can you guys hear me? Or,
I can hear you. Looks like Susan's frozen. But she is here.
okay, Louisa Stark,
Dr. Stark has not yet arrived.
Leanne Almy,
Present.
Elora Diaz,
Present.
Carmen Trujillo.
Present.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. So can I please have a motion to adopt the agenda?
Carmen Trujillo, so moved.
Thank you. And can I have a second, please?
This is Lene Almy, I'll second.
Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair, sorry for the interruption. It looks like we've lost Mrs. Benjamin.
Okay. Do we have a quorum still, right?
We do have a quorum, yes.
Okay.
Feel free to call for the vote.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Okay, with that, we'll move on to awards, recognitions, and announcements.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the governing board, members of the viewing audience. Kenilworth's 100th birthday is coming up on September 20th, which is just 10 days away. And although we haven't spoken about this in a long time, it is still coming up. And I know that Principal Anthony at Kenilworth has got quite a bit of virtual activity going on. We'll make that available to the governing board and then intends to come back around when some of this COVID has settled down and we are back on campus and we can do a proper ceremony. So just to let you know, we're very proud of Kenilworth campus being, I believe, the longest continuing running public school in Arizona. It's never been closed. So how about that? Secondly, and I wish Mrs. Benjamin and Dr. Stark, are you here, Mrs. Benjamin? Mrs. Benjamin, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I just came back. Something happened and I lost you, so I'm back.
Okay, and I've been told that Dr. Stark is coming in here. But this next celebration really shows respect and acknowledgement to both Susan Benjamin and Dr. Stark from the Arizona School Boards Association for their training accomplishments with regards to boardsmanship, and will receive a virtual award at the Maricopa County meeting on October 9th of 2020. Mrs. Benjamin, has the ASBA reached out to you about this?
No, I've not heard anything.
We'll make sure that they make some proper contact. Sarah Sims, our coordinator of special populations on our federal programs team, was selected to partner with American Logistics Company and present at the ALC Schools National Conference. Ms. Sims, recipient of the Arizona's 2015 Homeless School Liaison of the Year Award, will present to participants about how to give their McKinney-Vento students the gift of education through consistent, safe, and funded transportation. She'll co-present with ALC, a national leader in providing alternative student transportation. Phoenix One has long partnered with ALC for a number of years, and this organization helps us when we're not able to coordinate timely routes to our out-of-district homeless students. The title of the presentation is Let's Talk About the T Word, Overcoming Obstacles in Transporting your McKinney-Vento students to school. This virtual conference will be held October 5th through October 9th. Big celebration for Ms. Sims. We know she works very hard and is a strong advocate for our McKinney-Vento students. Next, we would like to congratulate Ms. Zell Fowler, who works with our gifted students at Emerson and Whittier. She was recognized by the Arizona Diamondbacks for her efforts in education. Ms. Fowler also serves as the president of the Arizona Alliance of Black School Educators and is an amazing teacher at Phoenix Elementary School District number 1. Congratulations, Zell. Big round of applause. Lastly, connecting virtually has changed our world and now provides a glimpse into people's personal lives and homes, and displaying our surroundings is uneasy for some people. So Phoenix number 1 wanted to ensure our students, staff feel comfortable in the online world and created 2 Phoenix number 1 branded screen backgrounds along with downloading instructions for students and staff. So be on the lookout for these virtual backgrounds, and we hope our students and staff proudly display them during their live lessons and meetings. You might see something behind me next time other than a curtain. So we'll see what happens. And that concludes my portion of the awards, recognitions, and announcements. I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Lynn to give us an update on the data dashboard, Maricopa County COVID data dashboard. Mr. Lynn?
Yes, good evening, Dr. Diaz and governing board members, Dr. Weeks, and those listening in. The school district continues to monitor the Maricopa County school reopening dashboard. Thank you to Troy for opening up the website for us. And I'd like you to first notice that in fine print right under Maricopa County, it says this dashboard is updated weekly on Thursday at 9 a.m. That is a new change. It used to be 4 p.m., which made it a little difficult for us for our Thursday board meetings to have current information. And this website was updated today, September 10th. And Troy, if we go to the quick drop down on view report by, you'll notice we have options. There are elementary school districts, high school districts, and unified school districts, as well as city and zip code. And Troy, let's go to elementary school district. And in the little box, we need to type in Phoenix Elementary, search district. And just stay right there for a moment, Troy. And I'd like you to just notice the colors yellow and I'll call it salmon. Phoenix Elementary, Osborne, and Creighton are in the yellow color. And our neighboring school districts, Isaac, Murphy, Wilson, Roosevelt are the ones that I can kind of see here, are in the salmon color. And the color is an important indication. And Troy, if you click on our school district in the middle and open up our window, can you, yeah, okay, yeah, scroll down a little bit. There we go. What this tells us is the most recent data for our school district. The top box, most recent data, is today, and it measures 3 items. Cases per 1,000 people is now 50.32 people. And if you drop down to last week, you can see that we had 39.91. And as we look at the data, we're going to see fluctuations both up and down a little bit, but both are in the yellow range. And then the percent positivity for this week is 2 and 4900%. And last week it was 1 and 8300%. So there's been some flexibility there, but yet there's still less than 5%. So we are green. And the COVID-like illness is a county designated percentage, and it's 2% for the entire county. Last week it was 2%, and if you remember the week before that, it was 3%. And Troy, can you open up the website a little bit further to Phoenix Elementary, and let's just scroll down to the part that says benchmarks and learning scenarios. There we go. It's just helpful to understand the coding here. The 3 colors are represented, and you can see that in order to be green for the number of cases per 100,000 people, it should be 10 cases, less than 10 cases per 100,000 people. Moderate, it's in the range of 10 to 100 cases per 100,000 people, and substantial, it's 100 cases or more. Percent positivity, 5% or less for minimal, 5 to 10% for moderate, and more than 10% for substantial. And then the COVID-like illness is at 2% for us across the county, so we're all in the minimal range. If you scroll down just a little bit more, Troy, I want to just highlight the information right in the middle of the screen, not quite that far, up a little bit. There we go. Considerations for viewing benchmark data. I would like to read this just so that we have all the same information here. The Arizona Department of Health Services offers 2 metrics: a decline in weekly average cases for 2 consecutive weeks, or case rates below 100 cases per 100,000 populations for 2 consecutive weeks. And the Maricopa County Department of Public Health recommends using the case rates, the second one, to evaluate spread of disease in your area, because a case rate will more accurately reflect what is happening in your community by accounting for population size. So in order to meet this requirement, they're asking that we have case rates below 100. And then the percent positivity is also another criteria for our use. I had to look up what PCR test percent was. PCR is an acronym for polymerase chain reaction, which is actually the formal name of the COVID test that detects whether a person is infected or not. And the important information to remember here is what is in bold and print. To move from a virtual to a hybrid learning scenario, the departments recommend schools wait until there is less than 7% positivity in their area for 2 consecutive weeks. This provides evidence that there is sustained decrease in community spread and sufficient testing is available. If your area is highlighted in yellow and the recommended learning scenario indicated as virtual with on-site support, it is because your area has not yet reached 2 weeks with a percent positivity of less than 7%. And then if we scroll down just a little bit more, Troy, you can see another box here that gives some additional information about what method of learning scenario is advisable. You can see that the green is traditional, the yellow is a hybrid, and that the salmon color is virtual on-site support. So we'll continue to monitor the county website as we begin to have dialogue about the reopening of schools. Are there any comments or questions before we look at the zip code report?
Are we in considering whether or not to do a hybrid model? I understand that we're looking at a variety of metrics, including qualitative data from our student or our teachers, and we have some surveys going out. But in addition to this dashboard for our school district boundaries, are we looking at the county boundaries, because we do have such high mobility? I mean, the entire county has high mobility, and I assume that there are instances where our students are going out to the East Valley or the West Valley. So it just seems that we'd also want to take into consideration the county.
Yes, and that's one reason why we've taken a close look at the report by zip codes for the areas where our students live. And Dr. Weeks or Dr. McLaughlin, would you want to add anything else to that particular response?
So no, I think right now we're looking at the different variables. I do believe that taking the county data into consideration is a variable along with their own district. And then of course, Tom will remind us that even the zip code report doesn't give us 100% accuracy, because some of our zip codes spill over into some of our neighboring districts.
Troy, do you have the zip code report? Yes, there you go. Okay. So this report reflects 4 weeks worth now of data. We're currently in column F. And if you notice at the bottom of the screen, the report we're looking at is cases per 1,000. And the report is sorted by zip code, and it's sorted by the number of students that live in the zip code. So you can see that 1,409 students reside in the zip code 85006. As of the time that we ran the report out of Synergy, it's now about 3 weeks old, but I don't think there's a big difference in that number. And there's an asterisk in front of some of the zip codes, because those zip codes are actually comprised of our school district. So if we just take a look at 85006, you can see that there has been a steady decline in the cases per 100,000 people. Back when we started, we had 89, and then we had 67, and then we were in 21, and now in that particular zip code, there are 7 people. And 85007, you can see we had an increase the week of August 27th, but it has declined in the last 2 weeks. I'm not going to go through every row here, but I would like to highlight row 10, which is highlighted in red, 85004. 85004 is between 7th Street and Central, and probably Thomas to the north. And I'm not quite sure how far south it goes, but it probably goes through downtown. And if you notice, that particular zip code has been yellow and then salmon. And most recently, it really spiked this last week. I used to live in the zip code 85004, and I know that it's a diverse neighborhood. And I really can't explain why there are 241 cases per 100,000 there at this point. But if you'll notice, you'll see that there is a downward trend, although in some cases you'll see, even though it may remain yellow, the number is a little higher than it was the week before, but the trend is still within the range. Scroll down, Troy, because I want to highlight a couple other items that I did red here. Line 42, 85281. Guess where that zip code is? Tempe. Notice the spike this last week, 729, which I believe reflects the increase of cases on the ASU campus and in the surrounding neighborhoods. And row 50, 85282 is just in Tempe as well. And as you can see, it had a spike as well. Let's go to percent positivity, Troy, and scroll back up to the top, okay? And you can see we're beginning to see more green in our zip codes. If you scroll down a little bit further, Troy, I wanted to highlight the Tempe cases as well. Their percent positivity in the downtown Tempe area went from 3% to 17% in the last week, which is a result of increased testing, I'm sure. And in row 50, the other Tempe one, it had a slight increase as well. And if you just kind of scroll up and down this a little bit, you'll see that there is a trend towards more green. And when there is a salmon color, you'll notice that the number is typically decreasing, not always, but yet the trending is in the right direction. And I was really quite surprised to know that 77 zip codes represent the neighborhoods from where our students come. And then the last tab is the one that's the county-wide, and it's just going to be 2% for everyone. And this is the cases that where folks go to the emergency room or they have some other hospitalization and whatnot. And it's a county-wide number at 2% for all zip codes that we're looking at. Are there any comments or questions about this particular information? I know as we begin to dig deeper into our dialogue, we'll take a closer look at the zip code trends and see how that will impact the decisions that we make. And that would conclude my report.
Thank you, Tom. Troy, can you go back to the percent positivity tab and just kind of zero in on our own attendance area? So what I would note here that some of this percent positivity doesn't necessarily line up exactly with the districts overall from the county. Is that right, Tom?
Yes, that's
Some
correct.
of these,
Yeah, that's correct. Because there is overlap. There is
Mhm.
overlap. Yeah, in 85009, for example, even though they're green for our school district, they're salmon color for the entire zip code. And the county must have a way of differentiating where the boundary line is for our school district, because 85009 is the zip code for Magnet Traditional School. And it's just a very sliver of 85009 on the east side of that zip code area. And a majority of the zip code is way west. And so there are differing neighborhoods in 85009 that would have an impact on the difference between the school designation and the zip code designation.
Mhm. Okay, thanks, Tom.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Madam Chair, members of the governing board, if there are no questions for Tom, I'd like to move on to Mr. Quintana's enrollment report.
I do have one question. So do we have a date that you guys are considering wanting to make a recommendation to the board for staying online or moving to a hybrid model?
So, Madam Chair, we've made a presentation to the governing board. I'm trying to remember the date where we said we were going to have an October 12th AB model hybrid opening. And so as of tonight, that plan still stands. However, this morning, I met with the CNI team and we've been discussing what alternatives there might be. And with that, we'll need to schedule a time to come to the governing board to discuss any changes that deviate from the plan the board's adopted, which would include the start date, might include a change in the calendar, and then, of course, how we return students to the classroom, if we return students to the classroom. So we would like to get something to the governing board well in advance of the October 12th date. So with any luck, we'll have something to the governing board at the next board meeting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm personally in favor of having that discussion again. I know that to me, when we move forward with it, it was, we'll reassess when that time came, and it wasn't necessarily set in stone. I think it's going to be important to weigh in, hear our community voices, particularly parents and teachers. And I know that there have been different opinions from our parents and our teachers. And I think it's just important for the board to be able to hear both sides and revise a recommendation if that is, I think what we need to do. I think that to me, it seems like parents and teachers are still very confused about what's going on. And from feedback we've received regarding the survey, it doesn't seem that they clearly, when I say they, I'm not talking about 100%, but it seems like there are parents and teachers who are still not sure of the conditions that they are essentially saying yes to. So do you have any more information on exactly what we're sharing with them and how they're accessing this information? Because it seems to be different depending on who you ask.
Well, we haven't shared any new information with parents with regards to an alternative to what the board's already adopted. So we're in the beginning stages of collecting some information now and fine-tuning whatever alternatives there might be, and then preparing something simple and effective for our parent community, our teacher community, and of course for the governing board for review.
Mm-hmm.
So I was at a school site today and looking at kind of the conditions of the classrooms. And so even operations continues to make preparations for safety being our biggest pillar for bringing students and staff back onto the campus.
And there has been, correct me if I'm wrong, there's been a survey sent out to teachers and parents asking them whether or not they would want to return to school.
I think there was a survey sent out to parents. I don't believe anything has been sent out to teachers. Is that correct, Dr. McLaughlin?
Couldn't find my cursor. My apologies. Yes, Dr. Weeks, that is correct. A very high-level survey was sent to families just to get an indication of what they are thinking at this time as far as sending their students back to school in person or keeping them online. We've gotten almost 600 responses to that survey as of right now, and we have a little bit more than 50% of families that want their child to stay online, and a little less than 50% of families that want to have their student come back in person. Our principals and our IISs are engaging in conversations with teachers. We're referring to those conversations as return to work conversations to just gauge what are our teachers feeling at this time about returning in person. We're asking them what would make them feel comfortable in order to come back in person. We've gotten some reports from principals, and the overwhelming majority of teachers are ready to come back in person to teach their students. There have been many challenges with our distance learning plan, and we're all feeling that we could best meet the learning needs and the social emotional needs of our students in person. Now, there are needs that are being expressed by teachers, needs for PPE, etc. All the PPE has been ordered and will be delivered to schools on September 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. So we have plans in place for folks to feel safe when they return. That is, as Dr. Weeks has said, our number one priority.
Yes, and Dr. Diaz, I know that Mr. Quintana met with his planned services team today. He was with me at some of the school sites, and we'll be making some recommendations for additional safety protocols and equipment on the campuses and in the classroom. And I believe, Mr. Quintana, I believe you are planning to develop a kind of a classroom stage. Is that right?
Yeah, a classroom stage, and also what we call walkthroughs with teachers and some other school representatives to walk through the protocols and walk through the safety mitigation plans that we have with the principals and some of their staff at other schools. But yeah, directly with each school, we want to set up more or less a model classroom of what they will look like once the teachers come back to school. With all the safety equipment and so forth that will be in there at their disposal.
And that would include a list of the PPE per classroom?
Yeah, it would include the PPE for each of the classroom, and also we're considering bringing some additional equipment such as either plexiglass or desk partitions, possibly. If that's something that we feel we need. And so, yeah, there will be additional equipment or partitions, and including PPE as well.
I'm sure you have a quick question regarding that. So what I'm hearing, it sounds like we're going to be doing this more at a district level as opposed to each individual school making those decisions. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, Mr. Heel, those classroom setups will be at each individual school, and teachers will have the opportunity to come in, view the classroom, and then make comments and recommendations.
No, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Well, I just am wondering if we know if teachers are comfortable coming in to do that.
Yeah, Dr. Vic Diaz is developing a teacher survey and has a plan to send that out, I believe, next week.
And Mr. Hill, also for example, the meeting we're having tomorrow at Emerson with the principal to look at the classroom setup and so forth, including mentioned PPE and other equipment. We are going to have at least one teacher there, possibly two, that are going to give us some guidance and what how they're feeling about the setup. And so it will definitely include feedback from not just the principal but also some teachers.
This is
Last thing. So again, what I'm hearing is that we will have that by the next meeting, which is 9/24, or do we anticipate maybe having that sooner so that way decisions can be made at the 9/24 meeting?
Well, there's planning, and then we have to look at the data to determine whether or not that October 12th date is a good date. Because we have, for example, we've just had Memorial Day and Labor Day, and we want to take a look at what the data shows us after a couple of weeks after Labor Day to see what that looks like. And then, of course, we're moving into the fall season, which is typically our cold and flu season. We want to take a look at that variable too. And so in addition to taking a look at the zip code data and the county data and the district data in terms of COVID cases, we need to spend some time talking to our families and to our teachers, and we need to collect some information and then put that whole package together. So I'm hoping that we'll have something back to you at the next governing board meeting. But if it takes a little bit longer, then it should take a little bit longer.
One last thing, how was I got a call today at like 5, right after 5, I think, about the parent survey just on the automated system. So how else was that survey presented to our parents? Because it seems like
think
some didn't.
Yeah, I think there was a glitch in the technology for this particular link that went out. So I think the link was sent out again. And but there were no mailers, Mr. Heel.
Okay. So is that through email For the text message.
It's text message. I think it's primarily text message.
That is correct. If I could just add, the first text went only to our Spanish-speaking families. So now we have a text to our English-speaking families also. There was a glitch, unfortunately, Murphy's Law. The survey is also posted on our website.
So Dr. McLaughlin, is that why we're now picking up steam with regards to responses? Okay.
This is Susan Benjamin. I have a question about, this is to Mr. Quintana, and I appreciate the setting up a classroom so that we know that, you know, the 12, 13, 14, 15, whatever number of children in a hybrid kind of situation will be able to have the 6 feet separation, and the teachers will be safe, and how that's all going to look. And I appreciate that. What are you doing with transportation and the buses to make sure that that's happening in that situation too?
Yeah, we established those protocols a few weeks ago, and with the idea that obviously depending on the number of students that are picked up on a daily basis, we want to be able to have the students alternate seating so that there will not be multiple people in one seat, and to the best of our ability to have even a separation in addition to one seat. Unfortunately, probably separation of one seat, one person per seat, that might be the best we can do. But again, depending on the route for the day, we're going to definitely keep at least a one chair seat difference between folks and the students, but hopefully more.
Okay, thank you. And my other question is, and this has been in the newspaper quite a bit, what kind of filters are we going to use? That's my first question. How are we going to deal with the air? And I know that there are some schools that have access, the teachers can open their doors, like at Emerson, they can open their doors to the outside. There's several schools that fit that bill, like Hurd and Bethune, but there are some schools that don't, like Magnet. And I'm not sure whether or not, this is something I've never seen, whether or not Kenilworth or Dunbar or Whittier, they have got these gorgeous windows, whether or not they can open them even. And so how are we going to deal? And I think we have an opportunity because our weather is going to cool and we can go outside and we can have the air come through. And I think that's a benefit to our staff and our students. How are you dealing with that?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, the filtering piece had not come up until recently, but it did come up this week. And that is something that we'll be looking at as far as are we able to provide filters that are safer for our students, and we'll look at that as an option for us. We really, because of the heat, we're not planning on opening windows at this point, but we are trying to make sure that we have a better filtering system for the HVAC systems in the classrooms.
Yeah, and I know places like Kyrene, and there were other ones in the paper that were using these and ordering these filters, and they run in a range in terms of what's most efficient. So I'll be interested to see what you choose. And I guess, the heat, will come and go, but by the time we're talking that the kids are going to come back to school, I'm thinking we'll have less than 100-degree weather, hopefully. And that at least during the mornings, doors and windows, if they could open, would be open. So do like Kenilworth, do those windows open at Kenilworth?
So I think I could probably help out here. Mrs. Benjamin, those windows haven't been open in a really long, long time.
That's what I thought, right.
And so
they're like
somebody-
magnet.
magnet windows. But the Kenilworth and Whittier windows haven't been open in a long time. It's probably hit or miss with whether or not, a particular window could open. And then the question is, could you close it if you got it open? In terms of outside air, all HVAC systems have dampers that allow for additional outside air to be brought into especially under chiller systems, are brought into a classroom space. And so we have been working very hard for many years to centralize our energy management system. And so using that central system, that software, we'll be able to better control that outside air that comes into the classroom. And so you may not always need to have the doors open, because you'll have additional outside air that can be pulled into the classroom.
And that's good to hear, because I think that's really important. I think that's one of the things that helped when Arizona was in real big trouble, that people were able to go outside and visit with their 6 feet or more distance. And so will you be able to give us some information about how each school is going to handle that? Because there are, like at Emerson or Bethune, and there's some other ones, Edison, they can just open their doors for the most part. Capital can't, now we know the other schools can't. So, I'd just like to know what their options are in terms of how they're going to get fresh air, because I think that's going to make a difference and keep those kids and those teachers in a more healthy space, so to speak. So I'd appreciate some information about that.
Yeah, we'd love to provide that information to the governing board. And in fact, I had a conversation with the Emerson principal this afternoon, who let me know that the Wi-Fi saturation outside is reasonably strong. And so if we can determine the Wi-Fi saturation where it begins, where it ends in the outside spaces, then some out of the box thinking might include having some outside lessons when the weather really gets best.
Well,
So these are all the things that need to be discussed, and they need to be discussed at the site level so the principals can have conversations with teachers and kids to determine kind of how best to make this situation as safe and academically sound as possible.
And we know that in mid-October, morning activities outside are probably going to be acceptable in terms of the heat and all of that, and afternoon may not. And so but at least that gives those teachers some options to, leave the classroom, and everybody's a little bit safer by doing that. So I appreciate any kind of information you can give us about that. I'd like that. Thank you.
Happy to do it.
Thank you.
If there are no questions, I'll turn it over to Mr. Quintana and his enrollment report.
I have a
Yes.
few additional questions. Sorry about that. Thank you so much for providing all this information. It's been very helpful, Mr. Quintana. I really like the idea of having the model classrooms. I think that will be helpful to give teachers a better sense of how they can maneuver their desks and whatnot. I do think that we definitely should have the survey data and the COVID data with the county and our school district presented to us prior to October 12th. So we can make a different decision if necessary, and at least listen to our community. I would hate for October 12th to come and we haven't seen any of that information. And I know that it's a big task to get all of this together because there's so many moving pieces, but I do think that's going to be important. In terms of just the survey data, one of the communications that we received is, parents and teachers aren't really sure what a yes means. And I do know that our district website does have a lot of details on what our mitigation plan would be, but I would like to recommend that, and I don't know if this is already in the works, but there be another Zoom Q&A at the district level for our community where they can come in and they can ask questions that are, perhaps specific to their situations, but it could be a question that many parents have. And then I would also like to recommend that each of our schools host a Zoom Q&A for our parents and our teachers, just so they can also provide those site level specifics, because that can inform whether or not a teacher feels comfortable coming back to school, or whether or not a parent feels comfortable sending their student back to school. I think right now in this day and age, over communicating is probably the best. And then finally, I do think that given our Spanish speaking population, we should, if we are going to host these Zoom meetings, there should be a translator there, or perhaps a dedicated Spanish speaking Zoom session for those families. I don't know if other board members have, feel strongly about this or not, but I think that it would be important to have these Zoom sessions.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Diaz. We appreciate that.
I don't have any more questions.
Okay, okay. Mr. Quintana, how are we doing on our enrollment?
Well, let me tell you here. Troy, if I can, I think I'm able to share, I believe.
Yes, you should be able to, but let me know if you have trouble.
Are you able to see the information here? Okay, so I want to present the information regarding enrollment as well as attendance. First one is on attendance, and this based on percentage attendance based on enrollment from the prior year. Basically, we took the prior school year's last day of enrollment and compare that to the current attendance. And the good news is that the percentage is increasing. If you recall, the first week or so, we were running in about 89% percentage attendance. Now we're running at about 92%. So it is an increase, obviously, and it's not as high as we typically are in a quote unquote typical year. We're at about 95, 96, but it is improving. And like we talked before, we are making an effort at the school level to contact families, the ones that are not attending or not attending consistently, to ask them to attend, and be part of, be part of the program. And also just want to point out that at this point, after the 10th day of the school year, where we had no shows and where the student did not attend at all, we did withdraw some of the students from it. Luckily, it was not too many of them. I think we were basically in about 20 to 30 or so. But basically, this is the attendance percentage that's improving. And so I wanted to move on to enrollment, unless there's some questions regarding attendance percentage. So this one, it's similar to last time that has information on at 4 levels here. One is the overall enrollment, historically from 2011, 2012 to current year. That's the top line. The second blue line is those are the returning students that we had continuing from the prior year. And the bottom 2 lines here is a separation between new students coming in to the school and also kids that withdrew from the school for some reason or other. And I am going to cover this bottom information in a little more detail because we broke it down a little bit further between 8th graders graduating to high school and then also kindergartners coming in new. I did want to point out that we have withdrawn the students that did not show up for school for 10 days. But also, unfortunately, we've had a reduction in our enrollment from last year of 342. And that's, basically the number here of, 5603 compared to last year's at the end of the year. And also there's been a decline in enrollment over the last 10 years. And it's averaged about 161 students per year. Although the last 3 years, we've had a reduction in enrollment of 271. So obviously that's a concern for all of us. And that's something that we want to, obviously address. And again, I'm going to I'm going to cover this in bottom information in a little more detail, but are there any questions in general about this particular slide?
I don't have a question necessarily. I have a comment, one comment that I say over and over again, but it's just kind of a sticking point for me. I understand that our demographics are changing within the boundaries that our districts reside. But I think the opportunity here that, and I'm sure Mr. Quintana and Dr. Weeks, you are very much honed in on this, is we need to get parents to drive to us. So how are we making ourselves competitive enough for a parent from the east side to say, Phoenix Elementary is, I'm gonna make that 30-minute drive because this is a school choice era and that's a school I wanna send my kid to. So that's the mindset that I'm viewing this through. Like, we can't change the number of babies in our zip code right now. At some point, I think all these young adults might have kids. Who knows? But we can do something about our parents coming in. So I'll get off my soapbox.
Thank you for that, Dr. Diaz. Next one is, again, I broke down the last 4 lines, I'm sorry, the last 2 lines into 3 categories. And I was trying to decipher here, in us between, first of all, oops, sorry. So let me get this back to its full view. I was trying to break down, first of all, a pattern between the 8th graders being promoted to high school, and also the incoming students coming in as kindergartners, and then and also all others as far as new enrollees coming into the school, as well as just other withdrawals that were made, either from the prior year or throughout the year. And a couple of things that kind of stand out to me was that if you look at the pattern here between the blue bar, which are 8th graders that are being promoted to high school, and then the kindergartens coming in new. The pattern for the last 10 years was actually pretty good in the sense that we had more kindergartens coming in every year as students were graduating to high school. However, starting with 2015, 2016, that changed. Then it became more where we had more students graduating to high school and then less kids coming in from kindergarten. So that's something that obviously we want to address, and and so as part of kind of the overall sustainability plan, and also just in general, there's been a kind of a higher or an increase in just the decrease in the number of new students coming in to the district. That's also gone down over the years. But our first idea was to try to break down, at least to see is there a pattern between graduating 8th graders to high school and then new students coming in. And so that's something that I think in whatever plans we develop as far as enrollment goes, that's something that we need to address so that we get to the point that we have more kindergartens coming in as 8th graders are leaving. Any questions on this particular slide, or any of the slides for that matter?
So, Mr. Quintana, this is Susan Benjamin. I am sorry, but I lost connectivity and I have been not involved in this conversation until about a minute and a half ago. And so if this has been gone over, I apologize. But
that's okay.
Can you tell us how many just this year? And we know there's been a decline. We know we've been pretty steady with our 7th and 8th graders, and we've lost kinder and first graders because our community doesn't have as many kinder and first graders. But can you tell me this year how many, the decline that we've had, how many are from in district and how many from out of district? Do you have any sense of that?
Yeah, right now we don't. I don't have that information, but that's something that we want to look into. And we right now we have this information in our data warehouse, and so Mr. Harris does a good job of accumulating this information and in MIS. And so those are the things, that additional things we want to look into. What I'd like to get to, what makes up, for example, the gray bars here, which are the other students that withdrew. We want to get to the point like we discussed at the prior board meeting as to why are kids withdrawing, why are kids not returning back to school. So that's something that we want to be able to quantify and at least figure out, okay, why is it that students are not coming back, and for what reasons, so that we can hopefully do something about that.
Right.
And
Well,
then
this is a unique time too, and you may see a dip now and it may change, but I have had several parents call me that lived out of district, that lived in Peoria, in fact, and they were bringing their children into Phoenix Elementary, but because they're no longer working downtown, they're no longer coming here, they had no interest in that, and they wanted their children to be close to them. They withdrew their children from Phoenix Elementary, and they don't plan to return them because they plan to work from home. And so they've got that kind of scenario occurring where you had some people coming this way. So, you're going to have that shift, because of the pandemic, that may cause some out of district people not to return too.
right.
Right.
Yeah, and that's what we're trying to break down this information further and further, to kind of decipher what information we can get. So what I'm hoping to do is, break down these 4 categories and a little bit further, and again, as we get more information as to, what kids are leaving the district altogether, and which kids that maybe were from another district that came in and they're no longer at a district. That's the kind of information we definitely want to look at and keep reporting on it.
So you're clearly looking at grades. So you're looking at the new kinders and first graders. Are you looking at it by school too?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes,
That
we
would be
are.
good, because I know that there are people that have been bringing their children in for both Kenilworth and for Magnet. And those were the parents that were talking to me saying, we're not doing that anymore, because of the pandemic.
Right.
And there were some other things related to Kenilworth that I won't get into, but yes, they were not returning. Okay, thank you. And I apologize for for missing some of this.
Yeah, no worries.
Mr. Quintana, at what point will we have a streamlined survey that we use for the withdrawal?
I don't know if I can give you a date on that one. We started talking about this, after our last meeting, and with Mr. Harris, as well as Ms. Jeffries, our new marketing communications person. There is somewhat of a survey already in place, but it seemed like it wasn't very used, at least consistently. And that's so we want to be able to develop a consistent way of that all schools are trying to gather this information, and we can document it. What I was hoping to do is, at least for this year, of all the students that withdrew or did not come back, I want to talk to the schools about making an effort to see if we can quantify that information as to why did they not come back. Again, without knowing exactly what that's going to take, I'm hoping that maybe within a month or so that we can have some information related to that. I'm not sure how complete it's going to be, but that's something that we definitely want to do and make an effort on doing, and we'll provide the information the best we can.
Thank you. And then in speaking about surveys, I know that Ms. Jeffries, one of the things that I had asked was that she take a look at like the surveys like as a whole, and really kind of categorize the purpose of why we're doing surveys, so we're knowing what our systems are and our processes are. So I definitely think that it would be good to work with her on that. And then I think just as she's working on this, making sure multiple eyes are viewing the survey so it's as robust as possible, and parents aren't confused, those types of things. But
Right.
thank you.
If there's no other questions, that's the end of my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Quintana.
Dr. Weeks, this is Susan Benjamin.
Yes.
And because I missed the beginning of the meeting and I couldn't do the roll call and I missed most of the awards or not most, but some of the awards and recognitions and announcements, I do have an announcement. Can I provide that?
Sure. Madam Chair, you okay with that?
I guess so. I don't hear.
Yeah, that's fine. And perhaps we might want to consider moving up our board reports to the beginning so board members can share at the start of the meeting. But
Yeah, well, this is just an announcement. Today is World Suicide Prevention Day. And we, the governing board had a resolution at some time in the last couple of years related to suicide with children. And I just wanted to bring that forward in a world where we're living with a pandemic and all of the issues related to what's going on in our country right now. I thought it was very important that we acknowledge that, and that I hope that our social workers and all of the staff in our schools are providing the supports for our families and children based on the fact that this is World Suicide Prevention Day. That's my announcement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Benjamin.
Okay, well, at this time, we'll go ahead and move on to community communications.
Dr. Diaz, Madam President, sorry, I still have one question for Mr. Quintana. I did see the memo about applied economics, and I'm just wondering, is that where this data came from, or will this project be taking place in the future? Or is that what we said?
Yeah, to answer your first question, this data did not come from that report. This data that our MIS department and Mr. Harris, this information is tracked pretty much automatically through Synergy and other reporting systems. And so this is something information we accumulate on a daily basis through our data warehousing capabilities. And so this information comes from the MIS department. The information that applied economics will provide for us is more demographic information about the district and the surrounding areas. But that's going to come later, because right now they're actually in the process of beginning that particular project. So that information is going to come later, and it's going to hopefully help us to talk about those discussions about enrollment and how we can alleviate that the situation.
Okay, that's what I was wondering, because I thought I printed everything out, but I didn't have your projections and that stuff in my printouts. But also, just because it's still bothering me as I listen through everything, I'm just going to ask, with all the communication that we've been progressing, we've been working towards, as far as communicating with all of our families and finding out which ones don't have access to computers and everything. I just feel like we should have a stronger hold on these withdrawals. So I'm just nervous as far as and I completely am aware that I don't come from an education background, but withdrawing them after the 10-day mark, were communications, like attempts recorded and checked into before we did all of that, or are we just kind of, is that the industry standard to just kind of do it after 10 days?
On the withdrawals? Yeah, so basically, on the withdrawals that we have to do, basically the law indicates that if a student does not attend for 10 consecutive days, so anytime during the year, it doesn't have to be just the beginning, but any It could be beginning or throughout the year. If a student doesn't attend for 10 consecutive days, then we have to, by law, withdraw them from enrollment. And so that's what we focus on initially, and look at the first 10 days specifically, because we're not quite sure who's all returning to our school, after last year's session. So it's basically by law. Does that answer your question, or?
It does, but it just creates more questions for me, because during a pandemic, I would just think that because we've supposedly been making so much effort towards communicating or reaching out to connect with these families at some point, that we would use those opportunities to, I don't know, just to have a better hold on that, because we are trying to increase enrollment as opposed to lose students. So that's all. I just wanted to have more clarification as far as how that process, I guess, works, what it looks like, so that way I can spin my wheels about it and try to help in some way.
Yeah, I agree, Ms. Trujillo, and I don't want the board to walk away from tonight's meeting thinking that the district and the school sites do nothing to try to retain students and get a better understanding of the needs of the families and the kids, and to ask questions with regards to, why are you leaving? Because we have office managers, we have teachers, we have principals, we have people on site asking these questions. And it really starts with the relationship between the teacher and the students. And our teachers have great professional relationships with our kids. And so when something happens, it's usually our teachers or principals or even our office staff that'll reach out to say, what's going on, because it typically starts with an attendance issue, right? And so you start working on attendance, and attendance leads to, a mandatory withdrawal. So the law does, Mr. Quintana said, the law does say that these are the things that you have to do. But I believe that the level of effort in retaining our students at our school sites and in our district is pretty good. What we see anecdotally is the gentrification of the neighborhood drives the families out of the downtown area, and the high rate of mobility lends to these moving numbers. And so what we may not have been doing accurately or diligently is collecting the data outside of our synergy system. Our synergy system requires that we have, that we have some notation, right, with why students leave, like if they've gone on to another district or whatever. But to get down to the brass tacks of why this family chose to pull their student and put them someplace else is something that's going to continue to take a high level of effort, because a lot of times our families just don't want to tell us, or they just don't tell us, because there's just something going on with them that sometimes it's not our business, right? So anyway, we'll continue. And I know we've had these conversations with Ms. Jeffries, and Ms. Jeffries has some strategies that she's shared with us already, and has some experience with this beyond what we have. So we're going to lean on her expertise to take us to the next level. So we appreciate Ms. Jeffries for that, and Mr. Quintana for generating the kinds of reports that the board really hasn't seen before, right? So the only other suggestion I would have, Mr. Quintana, for your report, and I'll talk to you more offline about this, is just the student sustainability bar line, right? What is the retention, right? We have the delta between the kindergartners and the 8th grade. We have the delta between the withdrawals and the new students coming in. But what about that bar that really speaks to the retention and sustainability of the students who chose to come back year after year after year? That should probably be a bar in there too. And we can look at the data to see how we might be able to present that, because that speaks to the good works of our teachers and our staff on helping our students really get a good quality education over here at Phoenix Elementary.
Dr. Weeks, this is Susan.
Yes.
You just a suggestion that might help with this picture is the PhD student from Yale who provided us with a big look at what was going on in Phoenix Elementary and what the future might hold was probably one of the most profound presentations that I've attended. And it may be, not that you can get him back, but if there's some way that you can replicate that for the new members of the board and help them to understand at least what's going on in the community in terms of why we're losing students. And in fact, since I've been on the board, we've lost over 2,000 students, and that's not something I'm proud of at all. That's a huge number of students. But a lot of that was really explained in detail by this PhD student. I can't remember his name, but it was a pretty profound presentation with a lot of data, and he'd done a lot of research to support what he provided, information he provided us. And so that might at least explain not the out of district kids, but what's going on in our community.
Yeah, and thank you, Mrs. Benjamin, for that. I do believe the board has seen both the Matt Holm report and the Morrison Institute report from ASU. But we can certainly bring those back. It's been some time since we've looked at those two reports as a full-bodied governing board. So we can find out what Matt's up to and see if he's willing to come back, and he might even have some updates, because I know that he had said that he was going to continue his analysis of Phoenix Elementary. So he may have some new information.
Be great. Yeah.
So we'll check into that.
The best hour and a half time I spent, and it was time well spent. So just a suggestion.
Perfect. All right.
Are there any additional comments or questions on this agenda item? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to item C. Are there any community communications?
There are, Madam Chair, there are, if I believe there are 7.
Okay.
Take a look here. That's interesting. Let's see. Amanda, are you there? Can you hear me, Amanda?
I think she's reconnecting. I think she might have dropped off, but I think she's reconnecting.
Okay.
Okay, I'm here. For some reason, it booted me. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. Just 1 second. Okay, so the first community communications we have is from Cynthia. How long are we doing these for? I missed that part.
I'm
All
sorry.
right, we are going to do these for 3 minutes.
Okay. The first community communications is from Cynthia Morton, and it reads, "Greetings, Madam President, PESD board members, and Superintendent Weeks. I am a very proud educator that has given 16 years of my life to students here in Arizona. As an experienced teacher, I am very aware that the importance of over-preparing for all possible situations throughout the day. For the first time in my career, I feel as I have no plan for the week, let alone for the future weeks. We are currently finishing week 4, and I still have no district provided resources. My Amplify account has not been made available. My students have no access to the programs that they are being mandated. Online teaching is challenging enough considering the minimal exposure any of us had prior to COVID. Yet here we are waiting for who knows what. I'm a good teacher. I do what is necessary to get the job done, but at this moment, I feel like I'm being set up to fail. My heart hurts with each day that passes, knowing that I cannot do my job to the fullest ability. Add to the stress of the extremely long hours as parents need assistance and messages, texts, and emails start as early as 7 a.m. and don't end until 8 p.m. some nights. I am anxious to know what the next phase may look like as I do not have any more hours in my day to give. Planning the hybrid models needed to be occurring months ago, and conversations with teachers should have been happening weeks ago. With, I'm sorry, I lost my place. I am anxious to know that what the next phase may look like as I know I do not have any more hours in my day to give. Planning the hybrid models needed to be occurring months ago, with conversations with teachers having been should have been happening weeks ago. With the conversations about mental health and well-being has been mentioned in conversation in countless meetings, but when will these check-ins actually take place? Our district's greatest resources are the men and women running these classrooms. We are tired, stressed, and feeling abandoned. Please take the actual temperatures of the staff, because as far as I can tell, it isn't good. Thank you for your time and attention, Cynthia Morton, Kenilworth Middle School science teacher. The second one is from Maria Fernanda. Dear board members, I am writing to you to provide the perspective of a first grade teacher during distance learning. During the summer, I was ecstatic to begin the school year because this would be my third year, and finally felt like I had a grip on the curriculum and the activities that worked well with the classroom. Unfortunately, since we have been teaching through the distance learning model, I have felt even more stressed and more overworked than I did in my first year of teaching. Everything must be made from scratch. I have worked until 7 p.m. some nights, prepping and testing out lessons and assignments. I have awoken up at 5 a.m. some mornings to set up the computer, set up the Google Classroom for the day, and finish any other materials that need to be ready for the day. I would be lying if that was the stress that has not brought me to tears. I know with a program like Benchmark and iReady that have online materials for the students. However, expecting a 5 or 6 year old child to be able to navigate the website independently and have the fine motor skills to be able to click and drag objects is unreasonable. In the classroom during a normal school year, we don't begin using computers until August. We spend weeks and weeks practicing our login on paper keyboards before we even touch a real computer, because it is not developmentally appropriate to require students to type websites and remember the logins and navigate the internet. When I asked about math manipulatives for the students, I was told they should have the ones online embedded in iReady. This has not been possible because the students do not know how to toggle between tabs and cannot click and drag on the trackpad. When speaking with parents, they were disappointed at the fact that the district refused to provide paper packets, especially for the young students. I have had to go out of my way to deliver paper packets and accompany my live lessons because I find it essential for the students to use paper and pencil and practice cutting and gluing for develop fine motor skills. In the past, I have had students who had never picked up a crayon or a pair of scissors and I worry about the lack of fine motor skills development that is occurring due to our distance learning model that does not allow for paper materials. The workbooks I have made it easier for some of the students to complete work, but other students who do not have the adult helper or who do not have a parent that speaks English struggle to complete activities at home that I would not expect students to complete independently in the classroom. This is frustrating parents and frustrated students because parents have had to it in a way become an instructional assistant on top of their already full-time jobs. I ask that you really take a deeper look in distant learning model, and especially for the younger students in K through second grade. It is not fair to expect a young child to master the computer and be able to do the things that an 8th grader would know how to do on a computer. The sad reality is that many students do not have the adult helper or a brother or sister who is available to help them throughout the distance learning. The district has provided many ideas on how to create interactive content, but like I said, the students are struggling to use the interactive content because they do not have the fine motor skills to click, drag items on Google Slides or on the trackpad as a drawing tool. It is also not appropriate to ask that students type up work in these lower grade levels. I know that my work as a teacher is to be a public servant. However, I do not think that I should be required to go door to door to deliver materials so that my instruction is effective. The district should be willing to support teachers in the manner and provide paper materials for the students who need it, such as those in kinder through second grade. I love teaching. And I love that this experience has pushed me to truly serve my families. My families want their children back in the classrooms, and so do I. The parents want materials for home learning and accessibility to their child and developmentally appropriate.
Ms. Esmeralda, we're past time, so if you could maybe summarize the rest.
Oh, yeah, it's just two more sentences. It's just computer assignments and Google Slides assignments are simply not the answer to accessible to the first graders. Teachers should not be expected to have to recreate the wheel to make their instruction effective. Thank you for your time. Maria Fernanda. The third one comes from Latoya Jones. My name is Latoya Jones, and I have proudly been serving PESD 1 for 14 years as a classroom teacher in Edison Elementary. All four of my children have attended this school. My oldest son having attended from kindergarten until 8th grade graduation just this last year. I am invested in the community, the families, and the amazing colleagues. In reviewing Governor Ducey's Executive Order 2020-51, Arizona Open for Learning, released July 23rd, 2020, one part in particular stood out to me as both an educator and a parent, whereas the focus of the school year should be on ensuring Arizona students have a successful academic year, even though it may look different than the years before, given the ongoing pandemic. Concurrently, in this Executive Order 2020-41, prioritizing kids and school during COVID-19, released on June 24th, all AZ school districts must conduct benchmark testing within the first 6 weeks of the school year in math and English language arts. While I understand that this is governor's executive order are out of my control, I am concerned with the overwhelming number of assessments that the schedule for our students. It is typically a concern to me when there is not a pandemic, but during these trying times, might we reconsider the amount of assessments our students have to take. Last week, while administering the Galileo test to my third grader through a 15-inch screen, I witnessed several things. Parents sitting next to their children, reading the questions and subsequently the answers. Younger siblings and pets being held while students were taking the test, students' cameras off, so we didn't know whether or not they themselves were actually taking the test, even though the test was later submitted by the student, and the number of the questionable events that yield neither a calm or equitable testing environment for the majority of the students. How valid are these scores? For the past 2 years, we have been directed as educators to focus on the social emotional well-being of our students, many of which were already in a crisis pandemic. Expecting our students to keep up with these tests while still being engaged in instruction is disheartening and not realistic. A few questions we, the educators and parents, would appreciate answers to. Why are we still taking all these tests as if everything is normal when it's not, obviously not? How is the data compiled from these diagnostic assessments considering reliable under the extraordinary circumstances? How are we supporting our students' social emotional well-being during this worldwide pandemic? Because increasing the volume of testing should surely not be one of the solutions. Thank you for your time, Latoya Jones. Number 4 is from Stephen Frank. Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Frank, and I am the father of 2 boys, Skylar and Madden Frank, that attend Garfield Elementary School. Over the past month, I have been blown away by the efforts in the teachers and the administration at Garfield Elementary. The way they were able to evolve in moving to an online model isn't nothing short than miraculous. I know this has been done with very little training and some teachers zero experience with Zoom, the others virtually communication resources. With all that said, I am baffled by the fact that the testing is taking place early on in this year with kids that have a much more difficult time pivoting to the new online model. I am on the staff at the Grand Canyon University, and I work with thousands of adult learners that are choosing to go back to school. It often takes months for adult learners to acclimate to the online learning environment, and most of them have had at least some experience with learning platforms online. For my kids and hundreds more at Garfield, they have never experienced learning this way, and to have testing at this point in the year is absolutely insane. It is leading to discouragement and anxiety in the year that has already been plagued with both. I am urging the board to reconsider testing while students are online. Please push back testing until it can be delivered in person. Find other ways to evaluate the students' benchmarks. Thank you, Stephen Frank. The fifth one is from Andrea Escuelas. Dear board members, I am writing to tell you about my experience with distance learning so far. I am a first year teacher who is feeling like they are sinking. I have an amazing lead teacher who has helped me keep afloat, but it is also not fair for me to solely rely on her for assistance. The expectations that are put upon us feel too much sometimes. I teach first grade. First grade consists of 6 and 7-year-olds. The expectations and everything remains online is not developmentally appropriate expectation. My kids are still learning to properly hold a pencil to write. Their hands and fine motor skills are not yet developed enough to drag and click items. They need to be able to hold things and move things with their hands. A lot of our resources such as iReady Benchmark Advanced have some tools, but our kids cannot use them independently. Most of my kids are with a babysitter or a grandparent who either does not know how to work with technology or have more than 1 or 2 children that are watching over and helping. The number one request that I have gotten from parents and caregivers is if we can give them a paper packet for them to work on. We unfortunately were told we could not. We do have our math workbooks that have helped, but that is one portion of the curriculum and day. I have parents or caretakers who have knowledge and time to help their students, but when I have parents and caretakers who do not speak English and are working at the same time, they cannot help their students. This leaves a big gap between the students who get the extra practice and the reinforcement of content for those who do not. I came to this profession because this was a way for making the future generation stronger. I wanted to pass on what I was told in my first generation America. No one can take your education away. I wanted them to love learning and feel excited about mastering skills. At this point in the year, I feel like I am failing them. I am failing them by not being able to reach each one of them. I am failing them because I'm stressing out hitting each standard with only half of a classroom present. I am failing them because they do not have the appropriate materials that they need, and the list goes on. I, as well as the families and students, want to be able to be back in the classroom. As thankful as we are, the basic materials that were provided, we need accessible and developmentally appropriate materials. I have asked that you look deeper into the distance learning and reevaluate the expectations put upon the lower grade levels. Thank you for your time, Andrea. The sixth one is from Trisha Cup. Good afternoon. My name is Trisha. I'm a 3rd grade teacher at Garfield Elementary School, as well as a parent of a first grader at Garfield. I have had the privilege to see online school from both sides of the coin this year, and I am so proud and thankful for the staff at Garfield for what the staff at Garfield are doing for the students. I know that they are pouring themselves and providing the best education they can online. That being said, testing online is not going to provide that for our students. As teachers today, I sat through 3 hours of students' frustrations, parents struggling but trying hard to assist their child, technical difficulties, and a lot of students giving up instead of feeling growth today. I have spent the last month watching my students overcome so many obstacles that are out of their control. They have pushed through loud learning environments, hungry stomachs, and the lack of materials to show up and give their best each day. Today, we had them taking a test that they are not ready to take. They were expected to navigate between multiple screens, log into multiple sites, and enter multiple passwords, and listen to their testing instructions, all while giving their best effort. They're 8. That's too much. The data we are going to gather from this will not be valid or helpful for future academic planning. And the stress we are putting on our students through is not worth the mental toll it is taking. As a parent, for parents, writing out assignments on paper, turning in paper assignments correctly is next to impossible as well. We have to scan the paper, email it to ourselves, then download it into our child's computer and upload the correct assignment. There are options to emails it to the teachers, but then there's confusion on the assignments completed. Again, a majority of Garfield's families do not have some of these options. We are imploring you to allow our children to return to the classroom to learn in a normal environment where they can thrive and receive the adequate teaching they deserve. Distance learning is affecting our children's attitudes, emotions, sleep, grades, and many of their aspects, their young, impressionable lives. Once our children are back in the classrooms, they need to be in a normal schedule. Please do not confine each grade to their classroom all day. Children need physical exercise, social interaction, and fresh air. We can only imagine all the other germs and illnesses that will be present themselves within a confined classroom of 20 students for the 7 hours of school day. The teachers have been incredible through all this, and they deserve the appropriate recognition. They are working tirelessly and ensuring that the students are receiving the best education that they can, but it is very limited right now. Our children have been testing for the past few weeks, in which they have been a nightmare for both teachers and students. Children are sitting in front of their computers waiting for 30 minutes to an hour with nothing to do, either waiting for their test to begin, waiting for the remaining students to finish, or waiting for the remaining students to finish. Most of the week has been spent explaining how the test via the computer. Our son sat for most of the class with the teacher was explaining, and the children who were understanding and who were having difficulties with technology. We ask that you please keep the children and the teachers' best interests in mind as you make your decisions. Sincerely, Caleb and Stephanie Reed. Number 8 comes from Jay Barbudo. Good evening, Board President Diaz, members of the board, Dr. Weeks, members of the cabinet, and everyone in the community. My name is Jay Barbudo, and although I am a proud co-president of PECTA, tonight I am speaking on behalf of myself and not my associations or employer. This message goes out to the public. This message goes out to the public who are listening at home. As a teacher in the great state of Arizona, I strongly urge you to support Proposition 208, the Invest in Education Act. Prop 208 will be on the ballot this November. Education is important to the families in our community. Parents want a quality education for their kiddos because they know their children and are their future of their community. This measure supports working class families by providing stable funding sources for our public schools. We know that the quality education means a better chance for our children to go to college and thrive in fruitful workforce. Our state legislator has been cutting funds to the public education year after year, and it has to stop now. This measure is a way for people to take responsibility for funding schools into their own hands and ensuring that our children's schools are adequately funded. Prop 208 will add close to $4 million annually into the Phoenix Elementary budget. This isn't a quick fix. This is a long systematic change to the way we fund public education in the Grand Canyon State. I'm tired of my students receiving the short end of the stick. I'm tired of seeing my colleagues leaving the profession, and I'm tired of the education not being properly funded in our state. It is time to change the narrative. It is time for to support Arizona's future. It's time to invest in education. Please vote yes on Proposition 208. Your neighborhood schools are depending on it.
Thank you, Ms. Esmeralda. Was that the last comment?
Yes.
Thank you. And for community members, we are not able to comment on your public comments, but we do appreciate the time that you took to share that with us. And at the end of the board meeting, we can request updates and reports. So thank you again. With that, we'll move on to item D. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
This is Lene Almy, so moved.
Do I have a second?
This is Susan Benjamin. I'll second it.
Is there any discussion?
I have one question. And it's related to D4, approval of employment of administrative certified support staff. I'm just curious, and Mr. Quintana, this is for you. How many certified openings do we have at this point, and what are they? Do you know?
I can't take.
Mr. Quintana, would you like to defer that to Vic Diaz?
I apologize, had her on mute, but yes, Ms. Benjamin, I do not know the answer to that, but I was gonna refer and ask Dr. Victor Diaz if he has an answer to that question.
Thank you.
Yes, I do, Ms. Benjamin, members of the board, members of the cabinet. Thank you for the question. In terms of our current openings, we do send out to our staff a list of current openings every week. So this is as of yesterday. I'm just reading from that email right now. In terms of our certified openings, we currently have 6. What makes this a little bit challenging is that some of these are our English language learner specialist positions. They were added, very important positions. They were added very late in the summer though. And so it has been slim pickings in terms of being able to fill those. We're currently looking for a music teacher for Lowell. We thought we had one. We had a great candidate. We made an offer. We were very surprised that that offer was turned down. We have a reading interventions position at Magnet, and we do have 3 openings in our special education resource positions, all of which are currently being staffed by high quality substitutes, all of whom have their college degrees and have their substitute certificates, 2 of whom are looking to enter an intern teaching program. Those are still considered openings, even though we do have a long-term sub in place.
So the 3 people that are teaching the special ed classes don't have any kind of special ed certification?
Ms. Benjamin, in terms of special ed certification, there is the need to complete a teacher preparation program. In terms of the 3 candidates or the 3 long-term substitute positions, one has. They're simply awaiting the certificate from the Arizona Department of Education. So in the meantime, they have a substitute certificate. The other 2 are substitute teachers who have worked as special education substitutes in our district for quite some time and worked with students with special needs. They're receiving robust support right now from their partner teachers from the special education department. But there are no emergency certificates for special education, as you may well already know. And so that's why they only hold a substitute teaching certificate.
So they're, okay, so they're really not special educators. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. That the motion passes, and we will move on to item F. F1.
Yes, Madam President, thank you. The first item on the agenda for on the March section, I'm going to present an update regarding the high performance and student success plan that I presented at the last meeting. So I'm going to provide an update with a little bit more information and and also a tentative deadline or timeline for that, for that plan. So that at the prior meeting, I presented the kind of the overall framework regarding a sustainability plan for success of our students and high performance for years and years and decades to come. And I wanted to kind of frame the overall plan and how we plan to proceed going forward. And there's really three areas that I'm going to focus on. And one is that to establish a framework on the plan, we want to establish the task force, which I'll give you an update on that, on that regard. Also, we want to, in the task force, we want to identify the roles and responsibilities, of the task force, and also to develop some protocols as to some, related to their responsibilities. We also want to, frame the challenge and the issue or opportunity in overall as an overall plan. But also, we're going to have different sections, if you will, of the plan that we will also need to frame those particular priorities and also set goals and expectations for, pretty much each of the topics that we're going to be addressing over the next few months. And also, we want to develop a timeline, and I'm going to present somewhat of a tentative timeline to you this evening that you can consider, and also that we'll be moving forward on. As of now, and developing those those plans, we do expect the kind of the overall execution of the plan. We expect to take probably anywhere from 2 to 6 months, but also along the way we want to resolve some issues that we have, so that we're not going to wait till the last minute or to the end of the plan to resolve some things that we know are concerned and we want to address. So even though the overall plan execution may take, a few months, we do want to make sure we address particular parts of the plan, as we go along. So in a little more detail regarding the task force itself and the roles and responsibilities, again, we wanted to make sure that this task force is, as well-rounded group of individuals that represents different aspects of the district. And when it comes to administrators and principals, as well as teachers, support staff, and community representatives, we expect the task force to be anywhere between 12 and 15 individuals. And again, they'll be made up of, of this group of, this type of employees or community representatives that are part of the group. And as far as the way we kind of identify the roles and responsibilities are, one, to frame the issues and the challenges that we have, again, overall, and also individual challenge that we want to address in the meantime, in between. We also need to develop the goals and expectations of as we address those particular issues. We will also be having them work with subcommittees, and subcommittees of some of that have already been established. For example, we have a benefits committee that gets together a couple times a year to address our benefits, and there's other committees as well that the overall task force will be working with, again, with different committees, and maybe some that have not been established yet, as we figure out how to address the particular opportunities and challenges. We also want this task force to review research and information that we kind of see it as in order for us to be able to come up to conclusions or options or solutions. We also want to provide or obtain research information or other information that may be already available. And so that'll come, depending on the particular challenge, we'll decipher and figure out what kind of research we want to obtain or get, and that'll be part of their role. They will also be making recommendations and options and solutions that we made to cabinet as well as the board, as we proceed with the different options. And also, they will develop the protocols and the communication channels that we want to. That's very important. Not just the protocols, but also the communication. That we're communicating with the board, the governing board. We're communicating with staff. We're communicating with the cabinet and community as well. And so that's something that's going to be real key to keep the communication lines open, in whatever, in whatever that looks like, going forward in this particular role. And again, I mentioned about the framing, the challenges. That's something that we want to make sure that as we try to address the problems and the opportunities, that we really know what we're trying to do as far as resolving the particular issue. So we want to make sure we set goals for each challenge, and also to have a clear definition of the problem. And so that's something that we want to have as part of the process. Some of the challenges that we talked about already. And again, this is not to be all inclusive, but because we know there's going to be probably other things that we'll be looking at as well. But this is just a sample of some things that as a task force that we'll be looking at. Again, declining enrollment, equitable compensation for all, special programs. And that could be peer groups, it could be pre-K services and so forth. Also, we'll be looking at signature schools and the impact that they have and could have on our district as well. And as well as facilities and infrastructure, but also more importantly, as to how to address our real estate that we have on the books, as well as the asset management of those facilities and assets that we have as far as real estate goes. That's something that could be very good part of plan as we develop that going forward. And again, as far as other goes, I'm sure there's gonna be other things that as a task force that we'll come up with that we want to be, that could be part of the solution and opportunities that we want to address. So again, this list is by no means, all inclusive, and we'll be adding to this list as we go forward. As far as development and timeline, the very first thing is, again, we want to formalize and set up the task force between the current folks that we have in mind to be on there, as well as we're trying to identify a few community folks that can be also part of the task force. I would think that between now and the end of the month, we'll have that fully outlined and formalized. And again, what they'll be tasked to do is to get together and prioritize these challenges and help us begin to address them. I put together a tentative timeline of some things that could happen here in the short term, and again, this is not to be also meant to be all inclusive, but just want to give you an idea of some of the things that we'll be doing. And again, to establish a task force that'll happen here in September, and within that they'll be setting their roles and responsibilities of the task force, and we'll be asking them to again prioritize the issues and opportunities and challenges as we move forward, to establish the goals and objectives for each of the opportunities. And we think those things will happen in October, or could happen in October. And also mentioned about establishing some research opportunities and tools, because again, we are going to need information to be able to provide to the task force and to us to be able to make decisions and options for solutions. So that's something that we'll have to figure out from a task force standpoint, what kind of information and research that we want to obtain and to help us with this effort. I anticipate for the task force to begin dealing with maybe the first opportunity and first challenge in October and November, and to with hopefully the idea to make some recommendations to the board in November for the first priority. And again, then we'll look at the second and third after that. And again, this as far as the recommendations to the board, the recommendation wouldn't be for the overall plan and solution to the overall plan, but it would be more specific to each particular challenge. To give an example, one of the things that we know that as a task force that we need to deal with is the performance-based compensation and what we do related to the TIF-4 funding. And so that's something that will probably be one of the first things that we want to address as a task force. So we are hoping to be able to come back with recommendations on that in November, or hopefully no later than December. Again, as an example of some of the things that we need to address. So this kind of, again, a tentative timeline. Any questions on this overall plan?
I have a couple.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
This is Lene Almy. So I think my questions are mostly around like the task force makeup. I know you have the goal of getting to these different subgroups like admin, teacher, support staff, and community. Do you know about how many people you are hoping to get as a part of that?
Yeah, overall, we're expecting between 12 and 15 members to be part of the overall task force. For example, a part of that group will be two teachers, a couple of support staff, a couple of principals, and then maybe 2 or 3 community individuals, and then some other folks that are part of administration as well as that part of the group.
Okay. And then I was just curious what your plan is for recruitment, since you're looking to establish this task force and also get a few things accomplished in September. And we're looking at just a couple weeks to do that. So I don't know if there are any task forces that have currently been formed during remote learning. So I was just curious if that recruitment process had been thought out.
Yeah, we've. Are you referring to recruitment on the community or just in general with the?
Really, with every group.
Okay. Yeah, we've been talking to a few individuals. For example, with PEPCA and also with ESPA about some folks that could be part of this group. We've also talked to a couple of principals as well about this idea. So that's kind of been our efforts on the recruitment side. We have not talked to anybody externally yet as far as community individuals. That'll come next. The recruitment for the internal folks, if you will, it's been ongoing, and we think we can time that up here by the end of the month for sure. And now our efforts are to try to recruit the right people externally as community folks. I think if we focus on that for the next 2-3 weeks, we can make that happen. The other thing that I'm trying to figure out too, as well as is there may be an opportunity also in particular challenges that we have that we might be able to bring in maybe additional people in that particular topic or additional experts in that particular topic that are more likely to be external. So that's something I would like for us to kind of keep open so that if there's a particular expertise that we may need, let's say, for example, on the real estate front, and how do we do better asset management of facilities and in our real estate? My thinking is that we might want to bring a couple of experts in that field outside of the district that can help us to put those things together and help us come up with plans. And they won't necessarily be part of the ongoing task force, but they may we can bring them in on individual topics that we want to address. But to answer your question, the recruitment has been happening already with the internal folks, and now we're looking at going external with bringing in some community folks.
Okay, I just have one follow-up question based on that response. Sounded a little bit like it was more conversation based. Is the task force open to anyone who wants to join?
Well, on the one hand, again, we want to keep it to a manageable number, and again, we're thinking maybe 15 or so folks, and so we will not be able to bring in just anyone that wants to come in. However, if there are folks, for example, teachers and principals and support staff that wants to be considered, we will definitely talk to them and see if that could be a good fit. But again, we do want to try to keep it to a manageable level. So I wouldn't want to commit to just anyone that wanted to be part of the task force to be able to be part of it.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Quintana, this is Susan Benjamin. My questions are related to the curriculum audit. And I'm wondering, when you establish the goals and objectives for each of the issues that you have? Will you be linking that to the standards and recommendations in the curriculum audit? So when we, the board, look at it, we'll see what standard is attached to the goal and objectives?
Yes, the way we'll do that is because of the strategic plan. The strategic plan has a lot of components to it that were part of this, the audit, and so that'll be one way that because whatever we do, we want to make sure that we really focus also on the strategic plan, so that to help us accomplish that, in the time that that we have it for. But yeah, especially when it comes to focus on or challenges regarding curriculum, that'll be part of the conversation that we'll look at the audit and how to incorporate those goals associated with them.
Because there are standards related to, what's going on in your department too. So, and then it covers everything. It covers technology, covers curriculum, it covers HR, it covers policy, it covers the whole district. It's really the picture, it's the way to build the district to meet those the strategic plan. And so so you're telling me that you'll have a goal, and attached to that goal and objective will be a standard and a recommendation that'll link to that. That's what you're telling me, correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Mr. Quintana, I have a question. Thank you for putting this together and for providing the timeline. It really helps to give me a picture of what to expect. My question is around declining enrollment. I know that all of these priorities or challenges are incredibly important. It seems as though, and I don't know if you've already thought about it this way, that declining enrollment should perhaps start as early as possible so we can be prepared for next school year and have at least some traction or framework in place. And perhaps this is the year of just planning, and next year is a year of piloting a few things. So I don't know if there's kind of like a plan to whatever priority we're working on. We're always focusing on declining enrollment and like how to boost that.
No, yes, I agree. It's something that we can't wait for to resolve and deal with. And I think that's also part of the reason that we're also looking at doing the research and get information related to that. And we already have engaged with Applied Economics to help us with a demographic study, and that's with a thought in mind as to how do we get information that's going to help us deal with this declining enrollment. Yeah, so you're right that we're not gonna. But one thing I guess I want to make clear is when we put this timeline together, first of all, it's tentative, but also it doesn't mean that we're going to be dealing with one priority at a time or one challenge at a time. We definitely want to be able to deal with multiple things at once, especially if they're high priority items. And so the overarching challenge that we have is declining enrollment. So I do believe that takes pretty much a high priority, and that we should be dealing with that now and not wait till later. But so yeah, that'll be part of what we, first of all, frankly, we're already doing, and that'll continue.
Great, thank you so much. That's helpful to know. And I've mentioned this before, and this is something you might already be considering. But I know like everybody is so stretched thin in the district. You have probably so many different projects on your plate. So how can we leverage our relationship with ASU to bring in assets that might be able to, support this planning or support piloting? As I mentioned before, the Mary Lou Fulton School of Teaching, they have a design thinking team that can perhaps support and facilitate some of the discussions around signature schools or preschool programs. I recently reached out to WP Carey School of Business, and one of their deans is willing to speak with our school leadership on potential partnerships. And I don't really know what the in-kind services look like from ASU, but I know that they are willing to help, and I know that they have, an interest in keeping a positive relationship with us. So just something to consider as well.
Okay, yeah, no, definitely we'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, thank you. Are there any additional questions or discussion? Hearing none. Oh,
sorry, Madam President. I was slow to turn off to unmute my camera. One quick question. I was just wondering, in case I missed it, if the new communications team would be part of this task force as far as how communication falls into some of these challenges and expectations. So.
Yes, Mr. Hill, to answer your question, yeah, that is one of the folks and positions, Ms. Linda Jeffries, that is actually part of the task force, because I think you're right. I mean, she can be very helpful when it comes to our communication plan that we want to develop. So yeah, she's already part of the task force.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Okay, if there's no other discussion, we'll move on to item F2.
Great. So the next item is we want to present you some good news that we feel that we've been able to resolve kind of a little bit of concern we have regarding this performance-based compensation. And I'm going to be asking Dr. Victor Diaz to please present this information to you.
Yes, Madam President, members of the board, members of the cabinet, members of the community, thank you for giving me the time today to give you a receive and discuss item regarding performance-based compensation for the 1920 school year. I'm in my presentation going to walk you through a little bit of the history of PBC to make sure that we're all sort of caught up with that, and then to talk about some challenges we're experiencing this year. Coronavirus indeed has touched all the operations of the district. And that includes our performance-based compensation system, and then a solution that we would propose that we will ask you to take action on at the September 24th meeting. So performance-based compensation, or PBC in short, is a partnership that we have in MCISA with the county. And in this partnership, we've established a performance-based compensation system that's meant to attract, develop, retain, and reward our excellent educators. When we think about PBC and a sort of summary of the program, PBC for us is a program that gets funded by the U.S. Department of Education as a pass-through grant via MCISA. So Race to the Top essentially established this funding stream. MCISA wrote a grant for the REAL grant, the TIF grant, and then those grants are used to reimburse the district for our performance-based compensation for the vast majority of our teachers. We've had two iterations of the TIF grant. TIF 4 took place from 2014 to 2017. It was focused on developing educators and rewarding their excellence. And then TIF 5 began in 2018, and the focus of TIF 5 is on retaining those excellent educators. To date, over $12 million has been paid to our educators through our participation through this grant. But as I said, coronavirus has thrown a wrench into all the works of the district. PBC has certainly been one of them. So we have experienced some challenges related to last school year. Assessments are used for the student achievement component of a REAL score. And it's the REAL score that's used to determine the performance-based compensation, the PBC for a teacher. As we know, those assessments at the end of the year were canceled due to COVID-19. My apologies for the typo you see there. And so because there were no assessments for 2019-20, it is not possible to generate REAL scores for 2019-2020. Knowing this challenge, MCISA received guidance from the U.S. Department of Education just a few weeks ago to use the 2018-2019 REAL scores as a remain in place for the purposes of PVC. So if an educator got a effective label in 2018-19, the educator would still receive PVC for being effective in 2019-20. Highly effective would stay in place with highly effective, developing and effective from there. And MCISA would reimburse the district for these performance-based compensation awards and bonuses. So the good news is for about 80% of our teachers, it's very clear what their real score is, what their compensation group is. It's a remain in place for last year. The problem is this has an adverse impact on two different groups that represent about 20% of our district. The first group are educators who are new to Phoenix No. 1 in 1920, so they have no real score from 2018-2019. So what they remain in place is no score whatsoever. And the US DOE has told MCISA that they would not be able to reimburse us for those PVC awards. The second group that's adversely impacted are educators who were developing or ineffective in 2018-19 because they would not have had the opportunity to improve their effectiveness, and they would be denied PVC because their real score from the year past, again, would remain in place. And as I said, about 20% of our educators fell into one of these two groups. So the challenge that this creates is that Phoenix No. 1 can still award these groups, these teachers, these educators, PVC, but to do that, we would have to use observation scores from 1920, and we would not be reimbursed by MCISA for this PVC. So the solution that we are proposing and that we're currently working on is to partner with MCISA to take the observations that were completed before the March shutdown to create new performance classifications only for those two groups of educators who were negatively impacted by the decision from the U.S. Department of Ed. As we do that, then Phoenix No. 1 would use other sources of funding to absorb an estimated cost of over $350,000 that, again, MCISA would not be reimbursing the district. We still have to fully flesh out this plan, and we hope to communicate it to teachers as early as the end of this week. We're hopeful we'll be able to have it tomorrow. Unfortunately, I still need to partner with MCISA a bit on this, and I'm not sure that we're going to be able to get every I dotted and T crossed in time for tomorrow. And so the communication might go out very early then next week. And then we would seek approval from the governing board at the September 24th meeting. If approved, then all of our educators would receive their PVC from October 6th, or at least all of our educators who would earn PVC on October 6th. Even with the solution in place, there may be still some educators who do show a developing or ineffective performance and then would not receive that PVC. But it's our hope that the vast majority of teachers would receive this on October 6th with the solution that we're going to continue to flesh out. I know that was quite a bit of information, so happy to answer any questions that you may have.
I don't have a question. I have a comment. I'm just really thankful that the district is considering how we can still support our teachers and find ways to reward the work that they've done. So I just appreciate that.
Thank you for that, Dr. Diaz. It is certainly satisfying that we're able to find the solution.
This is Naomi. I just had a really quick question. Dr. Diaz, do you have an idea of, oh, I assume you have an idea. Can you share with us what other sources of funding you're looking at for that $350,000?
Yeah,
I'll actually pass that one on to Mr. Quintana.
Yeah, so a couple of kind of areas we went to. One is we had to some savings related to COVID in where we didn't have to hire some positions throughout the summer, maybe some certified positions and contractors that, so we have some savings there that we can tap into. And also we have some other sources through some funds through indirect costs that we're also able to take some funds from there as well to make up the balance.
And Vic, I just had a real quick question. I understand that that this has also been vetted by legal, correct?
Yeah, we reached out to our legal team, and they haven't given us any cause for concern or anything that they'd be worried about. We still have to, again, dot the I's and cross the T's on the actual proposal. So they will need to take a second look at it once we have determined that. What we really need to flesh out is how we're going to use those observation scores to generate the real scores for 2019-20. And we have a pretty good idea of how we would do that. In years past, there have been educators who have had real scores that don't have student achievement data. Our special areas educators are one of those groups. And so we're looking at the models we used for them in years past in terms of a breakdown of how much each of these elements of an observation would be worth. Once that is solidified and clarified, we would then be able to share that with legal for their full consideration.
Perfect. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Diaz. Hearing
My pleasure.
none, we'll move on to item F3.
Yes, this item is related to a memorandum of understanding between the Phoenix Elementary School District number 1 and Cox Communications. And I'm going to ask Mr. Troy Harris to explain and request the approval.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, cabinet, Dr. Weeks, community members. Yeah, this is a memorandum of understanding with Cox Communications. It's kind of for two different projects, but it's the same understanding for both of them. Capital School went out and got a donation from the Arizona Cardinals and State Farm, I believe I have that correct, to reimburse up to 50 members of 50 families for internet access. And this memorandum of understanding allows Cox to bill us so that we can receive the donation. Also, during the spring, before we were able to secure hotspots, we had some families that signed up for Cox internet. And then we had a form on our website where if they couldn't afford the $9.95 a month, they filled out a form and then we would pay for their internet service. And they got a few free months, and then we're going to take over the payments now. But we need this MOU to be in place before Cox can bill us for those. This went back and forth between the two legal departments a little bit, and there was some language that our legal team asked Cox to reconsider, and Cox did. And our legal department also had to make sure that we were, the Cox was asking for information that we are allowed to give them based on FERPA rules. So we're all good with legal now. And so now we're just asking the board for the agreement so that we can sign this and move forward with Cox so we can get these families internet paid for.
Thank you very much. I'm really happy to see that the district is moving in this direction. Can I please have a motion to approve item F3?
This is Susan Benjamin, so moved.
This is Lene Almy, I'll second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Thank you so much, Troy, for sharing this information. Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed say nay. Okay, with that, the motion passes. And we'll move on to item G1.
Yes, good evening again, President Diaz and governing board members, cabinet, Dr. Weeks, and the community at large. I have two policies this evening to introduce as first read, and this gives us the opportunity to continue our work on reviewing and revising the policies prior to second reading. The first policy is DBC, and Troy, if you could bring that up, please. It's just as what's in board docs. The governing board requested that we review policy to be inclusive of the attributes of performance the performance-based budgeting process, utilizing the work of William Poston and in his work, School Budgeting for Hard Times. And so in order to do this, I looked at policy DBC, which is already an approved governing board policy, and felt that the attributes of performance based budgeting process fit well here because it is all about budget planning, preparation, and schedules. The black ink is currently adopted and the blue ink is recommended for inclusion. And I would say that the blue ink here embodies the work from Poston. And if you could scroll down, Troy, I can keep going and you can stop right there. I normally wouldn't include regulations as part of this conversation, but in order to fully embody the attributes of performance-based compensation, I wanted to include some of them in the regulation because they were more apt to talk about process and procedures. And if you continue to scroll down, Troy, you'll see that there are quite a number of inclusions here that are reflective of the work from Poston. And if we scroll back up to the very top, you'll notice that DBC has a copyright symbol after it. When the board adopted this in our work in November of 2018, we adopted policy DBC as the language recommended by ASBA. Should the board move forward and make this adoption with new language, the copyright symbol will go away because it is now the work of our school district. So what I propose to do for this particular policy is to work with Mr. Quintana and his team in the business office, and would like to invite any board member to participate in the conversation as well to ensure that we review the policy and the regulation to ensure that it says what we want it to say, and then make any revisions prior to bringing it back for second reading. And I would bring this back to second reading only after we're fully confident that we've had time to review the policy. Are there any comments or questions from the board?
Why don't we go ahead and make a motion and then we can open it up for discussion?
It's a first reading. We don't really need a motion on a first reading. It's just to receive and discuss. Yes.
Looking at the wrong agenda item.
Yeah.
I do have a question on this. So is this language specific to performance-based budgeting only, or could it be applicable to, I don't know if there was another model in the future that the district
if you look at the first sentence in the blue paragraph there, it does not specifically delineate that the district will solely use performance-based budgeting, but that we do need to recommend an annual budget to the governing board. And performance-based budgeting is one of those options. But at some point in time, we may want to utilize another budgeting process as well. And so the language is very closely aligned to the work of Poston and performance-based budgeting. And while it doesn't indicate that directly and specifically, it is closely aligned, but it does allow for some flexibility should we need to do that.
Thank you.
As we look through the regulations, we would see that it follows a very structured process that would really apply to really any budgeting process that we might want to utilize so that we can examine a particular program to determine its value to the district, whether or not we need to increase funding, maintain the funding as it is, or perhaps decrease the funding. And that's why we would want to spend some time with Mr. Quintana and his team and any board member that would like to participate in reviewing this language to be sure that it is appropriate for our policy manual.
And President, I've got one question. Tom, when, I might have missed this, I apologize, but when do you plan on having that conversation?
Well, we would like to, continue this process, in a very timely manner. Yes, we all have many things that we're taking care of right now. I would need to coordinate calendars with Mr. Quintana and his team from the business office. Quite honestly, I don't think we can have this policy ready for second reading at the September 24th meeting, but I would suggest that we finalize it by October so that as we continue with our budgeting process for the next school year, we have the policy in place.
Great, thank
Yeah,
you.
Mr. Here, just to add to that as well as, this information has already been shared with me as well. And so it's something that, I've been reviewing also, and I've had discussions with cabinet and with Mr. Lynn on this as well. So it's, so the conversations have already started.
Thank you. Just one last thing, I would be willing to sit in and participate. So when that is scheduled, please feel welcome to let me know.
Yes, well, thank you so very much for that, and we'll certainly be glad to include you.
Thank you very much.
All board members to document and, provide me with any feedback that you may have so that we can, be sure to include your feedback as well.
Mr. Lynn, this is Susan Benjamin, and this was my request.
Yes.
And I would be happy to sit on that too, because I'm interested in making sure that the six fundamental objectives, performance-based budgeting, are attached to this in some fashion, including building equity into resource out or reallocations, and making sure that the district is demonstrating fiscal prudence. And there's several others. And I think those are important pieces that need to be made sure are highlighted in this.
Yes, thank you very much. And I would welcome that information as well.
So let me know when you're going to meet, and I'll do my best to attend.
Yes, I certainly will. Yes.
Thank you.
Mhm. If there are no other questions, I'd like to move forward to the next policy. Policy ACAA is a policy that ASBA is recommending we adopt as presented in the language we have here this evening. So Title IX is a little complicated, and I'll do my best to succinctly summarize this. For those of us who have been in education for some time will remember Title IX was an education act that helped us to ensure that there was no discrimination. The prime example is within athletics. And all of those guidelines still are in order. Just recently, the federal government amended that particular Title IX document to include sexual harassment. And so now the Title IX has some very specific guidelines to respond to any alleged sexual harassment in a school district setting between employees and or students. And the policy that we have here, it sets a high level statement as to how we need to comply with this. There is a process where we need to identify a Title IX coordinator for the school district. We also need to identify an investigator should there be an allegation. We need to identify a decision maker, and we also need to designate someone who would handle an appeal. We have moved forward by preparing a non-discrimination section on our website to begin this process of notification. And when you go there, you'll notice that I'm currently identified as the Title IX coordinator, so that I would be the contact person should someone need to file a complaint. And I would ask that the governing board read the policy. In an update, I will share with you the 9-page regulation that ASVA provides to accompany this. It's really quite an extensive training process that the district will need to undertake to ensure that all employees have an awareness of alleged sexual harassment within the school district and what they need to do should they wish to file a complaint. There are guidelines all along the way. Last week I attended a webinar that was hosted by the Udall-Shumway Law Group. They work closely with Jennifer and Carrie with Gus Rosenfeld. And it was a very informative workshop that provided some clear direction on how we should move forward should there be an allegation within the school district. I would suggest that as we move forward with this policy, we establish a training plan for staff to ensure that all are aware. And I would like to bring this policy back as it is to the September 24th board meeting so that we can post this to our district policy manual and also to our non-discrimination page on the district website. The law is currently in effect and legal counsel urged school boards to approve this policy as promptly as possible. In a nutshell, that's what I can tell you about Title IX tonight.
Lynn. Are there any questions?
So Tom, as we discussed this morning,
Yes.
These roles and responsibilities are really delineated by 4 different folks, right? You have a coordinator, an investigator, a decision maker, and an appeals person. And so 4 unique individuals within our district would fill each of these roles. There's no doubling up on these responsibilities, correct?
That is correct. Only at rare circumstances could the coordinator become an investigator. The whole goal here is to remain objective. And so, yes, typically we would need to have 4 roles identified. Yeah.
And these roles, would they be attached onto an existing role, or how is that going to work?
Typically, I would say that is how it would happen, you know, amongst the employee group within the Phoenix Elementary School District. You know, I designated the Title IX coordinator, and that's an attachment to my work responsibility. And so we would need to have someone identified, you know, who would become the investigator. And it can be timely, you know, to follow the process through according to, you know, the guidelines that are provided to us. So yes, it would be existing staff that would need to step up and assume the role.
Okay, thank you.
Be glad to keep the governing board informed as we go along this process.
Thank you. That would be much appreciated.
Thank you for your help, Troy.
Do we have any additional questions? Hearing none, we will move on to item H1.
I have a request, or 2, in fact. This is Susan Benjamin. First, I'd like to know, depending, you know, whether or not children return October 12th or whatever the date, or 14th or whatever the date might be. I'd like to know what kind of safety precautions are going to be put in place at schools, for example, Capital, considering we were paying, you know, an agency to provide perimeter support. And we had, you know, at that point, we thought we'd have an SRO and we won't. And so I'm wondering, you know, what Capital and Bethune, there may be others that I'm not aware of, but what's the plan for those schools, for those children? And my second one is I'd like Dr. Weeks for you to provide to the PESD community as a whole and to the governing board your direction to K-2 teachers related to the challenges that these children are experiencing with online learning. And I will tell you that this is an ongoing issue in other school districts, and superintendents have stepped out and made changes in online learning for those groups, sometimes K1, sometimes K2, to support them so that it's age appropriate and developmentally appropriate.
Dr. Weeks, kind of piggybacking off of Ms. Benjamin's request, I think that similar to Mr. Quintana's overall presentation on student success, we need to have a similar presentation for the safety and social emotional well-being of our students. I know that there are very timely concerns that we have to tackle right now, but I do think, and I know you agree, as we've talked about it before, we need to see an overarching plan, what that's going to look like, what the timeline is for that. I know that the ASU team is working with the curriculum and instruction team. So I would like to recommend that either separate from that or in collaboration with that, we put together an overarching strategy and present that. And I did have, I guess, a question or request. It seems as though there are different levels of understanding from our teachers still on what is expected of them. I know that as a district, we have provided some set guidelines. We've posted them on the website, and I know that those have been shared out with teachers. But there still, for some reason, does not seem to be consistency with how our teachers are receiving the information or what exactly is being communicated to them. We need to have standard expectations. I have heard from some teachers that their principals have done a phenomenal job at tackling all of these challenges at the site. And I think that every principal needs to be doing that. I have no idea if that is the case, but I also have heard from other teachers that they don't feel like they're receiving the support from their site leadership. So I don't know what that means from your perspective, but we do need to have consistency in what's being communicated to our teachers and the supports that they're given. And then speaking to the resources, I am curious to know, and we can get this in either a board agenda item or an update, but it seems that not all of our teachers are having the same access to the resources that were purchased. So if we can get clarity on that, I think that's, very problematic if there are some teachers who don't have access to their resources. And then with that, is there a process where we're gauging teacher satisfaction with the resources and the ease of use, those types of things? I know it's a little difficult to gauge right now because we're in an online environment, but I'm curious about that. And then testing, I don't know if, you could speak to this right now, Dr. McLaughlin, but I did see you had responded to my email about testing. I know we have some mandatory tests, but I'd like to know what tests are we requiring of teachers, and of those, what are mandatory? I know that getting this data is important. but we shouldn't do it at the expense of the social and emotional well-being of the family. So if there are too many tests being given and they're not necessary, we need to rethink that. Is that something that you're able to share right now, Dr. McLaughlin, or is a board report or board update better for that?
Yes, Dr. Diaz, I can address that right now. We share our teachers and families and students' frustrations. We don't want to see anybody in tears over testing. Unfortunately, this is an area that is out of our control. One of the purposes that the CNI team takes very seriously about our existence is we are here to decrease the burden of federal and state requirements on our schools, on our teachers, on our students, on our principals. Unfortunately, we can't take this burden away. As Mrs. Jones's community communication mentioned, it is in it is in Governor Ducey's executive order that we administer our district benchmark assessments within the first 6 weeks of the in-person date that he gave, which was August 17th. So that is what is written in our distance learning plan. As you know, we had to submit our distance learning plan to ADE, and that is connected to funding. So there are funding implications if we do not abide by the governor's executive order. So we are in the process of administering Galileo. Galileo is also connected to our teachers' PBC. So our students take a pre-Galileo, and then we have the post assessment. And our partners at MCESA have originally said that we needed to get our Galileo completed within the first 4 weeks of the school year, and they meant from our first day of school. They have been very flexible and are working with us. So there's no leeway on the Galileo. That is what we are in the midst of administering at this time. We are also administering the Ames Web Plus to our K-3 students. That again is an ADE requirement. That has been an ADE requirement every year. It is part of the MAUR, Move On When Reading legislation, that we have all of our Ames Web Plus data submitted to ADE by October 1st, and that we also have our plan, our literacy plan, submitted by October 1st. Our literacy plan is based on the data. So our teachers also use this data, of course, to inform their instruction, drive their instruction, but unfortunately our hands are tied, and those are the two assessments that we are administering, and we do have deadlines to meet according to the governor's executive order and ADE's legislation. Yeah.
Thank you for providing that clarification. I do have a few follow-up questions. Is Ames Web Plus the diagnostic that ADE specifically said that we need to use for the data, or could we extract the data from the Galileo benchmarks?
We can't, so we, Dr. Diaz, I don't want to misspeak. We can use the Galileo for certain grade levels, but we have to use Ames Web Plus for other grade levels. So if you would please allow me to investigate that question a little bit further, I can have a more exact response to you.
Thank you. And the reason I asked is if it's an option, I think while Ames Web Plus is advantageous to help with differentiation and data points in general, perhaps while we are doing distance learning, we could consider supplanting that diagnostic with Galileo to minimize the burden on families and leave, it optional for teachers to decide, based on what they're hearing from their families, like, do they give this additional assessment? So that was the purpose in asking that. Yes. And then I was also informed that in addition to Galileo, Ames Web Plus, students are also required to take iReady math diagnostics, as well as the 95% assessments, if they're in the lower quartile, are those two mandatory, or can we suspend those just for this quarter?
Suspending the iReady and the 95% group will tie our teachers' hands in knowing what our students need as far as differentiated instruction. I don't know how a teacher could move forward without that information. The iReady Math is a diagnostic assessment that provides us with information about where each child is, and then provides a personalized pathway for the child within. iReady Math is a computer program. So I would be very concerned about our children not taking the iReady Math diagnostic. From those that have already taken it, I will tell you that we are extremely concerned about our results. Our 8th graders, their iReady Math results are demonstrating that our majority of our 8th graders are 3 years behind, 3 grade levels below where they should be. And so we need this diagnostic information to make instructional decisions. The 95% screeners, again, help our teachers know exactly which skills, reading skills, these students need to improve on in order to move along that phonics and phonemic awareness continuum so that they can learn how to read. So those two would be very, very concerning to me for us to not do. We have, as you know, great gaps in our student achievement, and this is necessary information for our teachers to know exactly what instruction our students need.
Would it be possible to, well, I guess I have 2 questions to that. Can we not extract the data needed to provide that awareness from Galileo? I mean, because does Galileo cover these same data points, or, I mean, is there redundancy in the test that we're given? Is Ames Web Plus similar to the 95% assessment?
No, the Galileo and, yeah, sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay.
Okay. The Galileo and Ames Web Plus are much more high level. So Galileo will give us information on what standards our students are missing. Ames Web Plus also is very high level vocabulary comprehension. So it's very difficult to plan instruction, to plan exactly who needs to be in this group, who needs to learn CBC words. That's what the 95% group information gives us, is the skill level. The Galileo and the Ames Web Plus doesn't give us the skill level. And that's why we need iReady Math also, because it provides the specific skills.
Is it a requirement to use, could we supplant Galileo with one of these other tests, or is it a requirement to use Galileo specifically?
It is considered our district benchmark, and so therefore it is required under the governor's executive order, and Galileo I'm referring to, and Galileo is a requirement of our involvement with the McKeesa grant.
It doesn't seem that Galileo provides the data that is most advantageous for teachers. From what I'm hearing, and maybe I'm not understanding this correctly, teachers find most benefit from the other assessments that you mentioned that helps to drive their instruction. So how, and if how are they getting any support from using Galileo? Are they able to extract that data and create differentiated groups, or is this a test that is just basically compliance and then the data is stored somewhere?
Galileo is an excellent tool, and we could certainly bring in our coordinator of accountability and assessment to provide more specific information than I'm going to be able to provide here. But the Galileo has, again, it provides intervention alerts that alert teachers to this, your students in general are struggling with this particular standard. So a teacher can decide, it helps more with tier 1 instruction, if you will, where that iReady math and that 95% group screeners helps us determine small groups. So Galileo, that big benchmark, AIMSweb Plus, helps a teacher see, oh my gosh, 80% of my students don't understand this standard. I need to reteach this standard to my students, if that makes sense.
It does. I think what I would like to see, and I'll get to it in the board agenda more specifically, is, you know, I want to know what teachers actually think about these assessments, and if they do feel like it's driving instruction, if they do feel like it's duplicative. I mean, they know what works best because they're in the classroom, and I think it's important to trust their judgment on this. I used Galileo when I was a teacher, and I didn't think it was helpful at all. It just was, the data was stored somewhere and I never saw it. So I don't know what that looks like for our teachers here. Is it possible for us to right now compile different assessments and name different assessments as our benchmarks? So for instance, having iReady as a universal benchmark for our school with regard to math over Galileo, the same with AIMSweb Plus, just to cut out that assessment.
At this point, I don't believe that's a possibility, but we can certainly explore that for the future.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like I'm all for data. I absolutely love data. Like, that is how we should be making decisions, like always, qualitative and quantitative. My brain is not working right now. But it seems like we might be over testing our kids, right? Right. Well, in general, I think we're over testing kids, like fundamentally speaking, but like specifically in a distance learning plan, it seems like we are over testing our kids. And I haven't heard one positive feedback when it comes to testing. So I guess I'll leave that for my comment for a board agenda item. Thank you. I appreciate it. And I know that you are doing your best. You're the middleman here. Are there any additional board reports and requests?
Madam President, Carmen Trujillo here. I have a few. Can you hear me okay? I got a message saying it was difficult, so I just want to make sure. One of my first concerns is having tangible resources available. Earlier in the pandemic, I remember receiving a couple notifications that we weren't producing enough handouts or packets as it was, especially for our poorer communities. And I'm just concerned what that really looks like. Just because I heard it come up a few times, it's concerning to me. So I would love to know more about what that looks like as far as what our teachers are being given as far as resources and the options that we actually have available, and whether or not, I guess those decisions being made as far as what we will and what we will not provide need some oversight or discussion to clarify why we made a decision like this, or if we can make a different one. So I hope that made sense as far as like printed out resources. The next one I've got is, oh, I made a note for going back in our agenda as far as who is responsible for the Phoenix L video backgrounds. Because I would love to know who to reach out to, because I would love to use those in our board meetings going forward, just to kind of show the kids and parents that we're all on the same team. So is there somebody I can reach out to?
You talking about the Zoom backgrounds, Mr. Trujillo?
Yeah, the ones you mentioned in the earlier part of the meeting.
Yeah, we'll get you some information on where those are at.
Wonderful. That way, at least if the case is just with staff, we had access as well, just to kind of support that creative idea.
Mm-hmm.
I did want to echo the request or idea about the Q&A. Either question lists or a type of a Zoom meeting available to both the English and Spanish populations that we talked about earlier in the meeting with Mr. Quintana. And then last one to consider would be regarding the withdrawal of kids. I know we've never really had funding or budget discussions as far as dropouts or at least I haven't seen that on our spreadsheets, but can we have maybe the discussion about putting some funding towards either withdrawals and dropouts? Just because it's a really important time right now. And I wouldn't know the first thing about what that looks like, but I know the administration would be a lot more educated on what that looks like across the board, but definitely within our community. And that's it.
Dr. Diaz, this is Lene Almy. All of these have already been brought up, but I do just want to echo that they're on my mind as well. So I just want to throw in my support for the Zoom Q&A sessions as well, and also concern about testing. And I do understand the value of both, but I don't know how reliable the data is that we'll be gathering from those as well. So just a little more information on that I think would be helpful. And then also to echo Dr. Diaz's ask about teacher access to resources that was mentioned during one of the public comments.
Thank you. Are there any additional board reports or requests? I have a few more. So I don't really know if I need to bring this as a board agenda item and we vote on it, or if I, as board president, can just make this call. But it's been brought to my attention that by several individuals that it would be more equitable to extend the time or the window of time where our public can provide their public comments. Similar to when we're in in-person meetings, you can literally walk up to the podium right before and hand a public comment card. I would like to request that public comments, the window be open up until our meeting, especially now that school's in session. I'm sure teachers have so much on their plate, and it might come end of the school day and they haven't submitted their public comments. So I just want to give that extra time. Dr. Weeks, can you provide guidance on does a vote need to happen, or can we just do that?
No, a vote doesn't need to happen. We would just want to make sure that we have the logistics in order so that Amanda could print the emails, make sure she has everything organized. I know she likes to read them ahead of time so that when she reads them out loud, that she's not reading them cold. So we would want to work with, Amanda on this, but we can take another look at the time. The board wouldn't need to vote on that necessarily.
Okay. Yeah, I would like that to start next meeting. So I'm happy to help figure out logistics if you guys need some extra hands there. And then this is a question that would probably need to be answered in an update, but what would it take to essentially have a bilingual version of our website? And if not a bilingual version, a section of our website that has, I don't know, like maybe videos that somebody is like translating important issues that directly affect students and parents, or important things that parents should know. We have a lot of Spanish speaking families, and I know that we do provide some bilingual materials, but I would really like us to look into like, what would that cost to like actually have a bilingual website, or at least a portion of our website that is bilingual.
Bilingual Spanish, Dr. Diaz?
Yes. And I know that there are other languages out there, and perhaps we can look into that too. My request specifically at this time is for Spanish.
Yeah, we can look into that. I know that Mrs. Jeffries has some ideas on how to kind of provide additional information to the community with regards to hot topics, let's say. And so we're already starting to talk about what we might do to be more robust in our information to families. So we might include that piece into this, but we can certainly at least get a cost for what let's say a mirrored and managed site would be.
Yeah, and that was just an idea I threw out there. I think the spirit behind it is making sure that our Spanish-speaking families feel empowered and they feel included, and they feel like they can come to the district website or they know what's going on, and they don't have to rely on their second grader to share that information. I mean, not saying it, the second grader probably is doing a great job, but I think that they should be able to have that information firsthand.
Dr. Diaz, this is Lene Almy. I was pretty sure that our school website was in Spanish and translatable, so I just went to it. You can choose Spanish, and it makes every single web page that I just tried to finish to visit, it translated. So are there, like, I can see like maybe if there's like documents uploaded that we're not translating, that's an issue too.
Where do you see that?
So, at the very top, it says language, which maybe if it didn't say language in English, that would be helpful.
Oh, okay. So maybe I see. That is fantastic. I had no idea, and I looked at this landing page hundreds of times. So if there's a way to make that pop more, or even, I don't know, more intuitive, I never thought to click on language. And again, if you're a Spanish speaking person and might go to our website, you might not know that language means language when you read it. So, but that is fantastic. That's at least there.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, because I think the content is actually pretty good, and we've clearly already put forth the cost to translate it to Spanish. So making it more obvious and accessible is definitely a priority.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, I'm clicking on the like subcategories, and those are not in Spanish. The primary categories are. So perhaps just looking into this program a little bit more and making sure that it extends to all of our different pages would be ideal. Thank you for pointing that out. And then, let's see, going back to our parents, I think we might need to do this in a board update, but there's been several points of me being on the board. There's been different mention of not all parents are receiving communication, and that might be a lack of access to internet or whatnot. I would like to know, if it's possible, I would like to know how many of our parents actually have cell phones where they can receive text messages. If it's 100% of them, that's great. Then we need to be texting them and giving them everything through that medium. If they don't, if we're seeing like 25% of them do not have cell phones, then I really want to make sure that we have a plan in place to specifically reach those. And I know that this is probably something that Ms. Jeffries is looking at, but that's something that I am interested in learning more about.
We could put something together for that. I was notified earlier, Ms. Trujillo, when I said that we sent that link out by text. We also sent that link out through phone calls and emails. So there were three modalities that we used for that survey, and so that's been kind of our standard practice, Dr. Diaz. Those three modalities: physically calling. Yeah, physically calling, sending emails, and texts. And I think that's pretty standard for most school districts when they want to reach out to the community. I think the only thing that we've kind of fallen back on is of course we don't stuff backpacks anymore, right, in the digital age, and then sending out, mailers, physical USPS mailers. And I know that a lot of times when we do that, we get a lot of them back. So sometimes that's a little cost prohibitive, but we do use the three modalities regularly.
This is Dr. Weeks, this is Susan Benjamin. There is I have to go and find it. I can't remember what it is, but there is an app that you can put on your phone, and you can just dump all of the papers that you used to put into backpacks into, this app, and it goes in. The parents have all that information immediately. I can go back and find out what the name of it is, but there's some other school districts that are using it.
Does it have the word peach in it?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, Ms. Jeffries has already been talking about that.
That's what it is. Okay. Then thanks.
Okay.
Dr. Weeks, Carmen Trujillo. I'm signed up to get those notices, and I did get a phone call after 5 p.m. today and a text message, but not an email. So if you could check that is something that's going on. And really, just because we get some back as far as the U.S. mail is concerned, is that really more important than trying to reach as many families as possible?
No, I don't think so. I just think that we like everything else, we'd want to closely monitor. So let's say, for example, we did the three basic modalities of calling, emailing, and texting, and then we use the other two modalities of our social media, right? Or the next modality of our social media. And then the final piece would be some sort of efficient way to mail either postcards or letters. I guess it would have to be, depending on what it was. But let's say, for example, if there was some specific information that we wanted parents to know and to have handy at all times, maybe that would be a postcard, right? Or an infographic, something that you wouldn't normally want to print from an email or a web page that you wanted to have in print. I think we could probably get back to some of those ideas. Would be pretty productive.
Wonderful. I get them from Phoenix Union maybe weekly, if not every 2 weeks. And I'm so busy that those are some, I'm excited when they come in the mail because I have a list of things I either need to do or share with other parents that are also busy. So just as from a parent perspective, and one because I am looking to get Christian into the district. I do think those are very important. So thank you for the follow-up.
Sure.
Sorry, I have two more. So the next one is, I really think that, and Dr. Weeks, we've discussed this, there are a lot of board reports and requests that come in and board agenda items that come in, and going back to the strategic plan, I think that we as a board, cabinet, and our community need to see some type of organization, some type of system that kind of tracks what we've been asking, and gives them like a reference of time when different things will come on the agenda. So I think as board president, I have the opportunity to get perhaps maybe I'm more advantaged and I get to know, hey, this thing is probably going to be on the agenda in 1 to 2 weeks. But if we have a calendar that's accessible to our community and board members that say, like, we might be discussing school reopening on September 24th, and we have different categories, we can always fill up the categories with more things. But for me, I would like to know, like, when are we going to have a discussion on signature schools? Mr. Quintana provided a great timeline, and he could insert that onto the calendar. And if he needs to change that, that is totally fine. But at least it gives us a roadmap for what to expect. And it gives our community an idea of what board meetings they want to go to, those types of things. And it helps cabinet also track all of our requests because there's lots of them.
Yeah, there's lots of them. So we can, and you and I have talked about this. And I promised that I would get with Troy and we would pull this thing together. So let me get with Troy and we can start pulling this thing together.
Okay, great. All right, that is actually all for me for board reports and requests. Are there any additional? Okay, hearing none, we will move on to item H2.
So, Madam Chair, members of the governing board, item H2 is a receive and discuss and take possible action to approve the Arizona School Board, the ASBA draft 2021 political agenda, and to direct the district's delegate to the ASB Delegate Assembly to represent the board's determined position. And so I believe Dr. Stark is the delegate, and I believe Ms. Alma, you're the alternate. Is that correct? And I think this year is going to be online in October. And so we'll work to provide those technical resources to the delegate. But what you have here in the back is really what the ASBA has put together as the draft political agenda. And so if you like what they have to say here, and I don't really see anything here that's harmful, but there's a lot of it, to be sure, then you would discuss and take possible action to approve the draft 2021 agenda. So that would be the vote.
Okay. Okay, can I have a motion to approve the draft 2021 agenda?
Carmen Trujillo, so moved.
Do I have a second?
This is Lene Almy, so I'll second.
Is there any discussion? I would just like to thank Ms. Almy and Dr. Stark for taking this on. Okay, so hearing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say nay. Okay, so with that, the motion passes and we will move on to item H3.
Didn't we just do H3 board reports and requests?
We did board reports and requests, which was H1.
Yeah, so we have, okay.
Yeah, I guess they got kind of all mixed up there. Are there any specific future agenda items?
Would this be where we probably bring something up for voting to extend that community communications time limit, since we want to maybe get that done before the next meeting?
I think that Dr. Week said we did not have to vote on it,
Okay.
that we just need to figure out logistics.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I would like to have a specific board agenda item presented to us on around assessments. I would like to be able to see a comparison on the different assessments and which grade, what the different grade levels have to test on. I received a long list of different assessments, for example, that 8th graders have to do, and it is a little concerning to me. So I don't know if we already have a comparative analysis, but if we don't, I think we definitely need one, and then that could spark the discussion on, is there a better tool that contains all of these things? Can we streamline it? Do we need a different benchmark? What would that look like? And then I really would like to hear what teachers think about these different assessments. I really want to know if they feel that these are valuable for guiding student instructions, or if they have other recommendations for us. So that is one agenda item. And then another agenda item, I do want to discuss the reopening plan and hear what the data says from our parents and our teachers, and also, what that dashboard says as well. Are there any additional agenda items?
Madam President, this is Carmen Trujillo. I'm just wondering, hearing you talk about the assessment conversation, in your professional opinion, would that include, would that show us gaps in achievement?
That is not what I'm asking for, although that would be a different discussion based on assessment results. And I personally question whether the assessment results would be very valid given the environment that students are testing in. And there's probably differences, noise level, etc. What I'm asking for is to have a better visual of what tests are being given per grade level, and whether a comparative analysis on whether there are redundancies between the tests, because if there are, we should figure out how to streamline them or replace them with something that's more efficient, rather than having so many different tests and over testing our students.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Mm-hmm. Well, hearing no other request, we will adjourn the meeting here at 9:27 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.